Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Isidra, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Sí, buenas tardes. La reunión de hoy va a tener interpretación simultánea en español. Cualquier miembro del público o del personal que desee escuchar en español se puede unir al canal en español haciendo clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que verán ustedes en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de Zoom. Si ustedes se encuentran en un teléfono celular o en una tableta, localicen los tres puntitos que suelen estar en la parte superior o inferior derecha y al hacer clic allí les aparecerá la opción de interpretación, hagan una palomilla y después pongan clic en listo o done. Una vez estén en el canal en español, les recomendamos que pongan el canal principal en inglés en mudo para escuchar solamente la interpretación en español. Muchas gracias. Back to you.
Welcome, everyone. The time is 2:31, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez. Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you very much. We'll move ahead to our closed session items. Items 3.2 and 3.3, both were conferences with legal counsel on existing litigation, have both been continued to the August 5th, 2025 regular meeting. We will proceed with item 3.1, which is a conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, and item 3.4, our conference with real property negotiators. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on either of these items? Seeing none, did you wish to?
We have Tom Robertson.
Oh, Tom. My apologies, Tom.
Good afternoon, members of council, Mr. Mayor. I'm Tom Robertson. I've been involved in Santa Rosa and in particular downtown for a long time, really going back to 1990. Our company has had a commitment here. We did the restoration of the old Rosenberg department store building and brought Barnes & Noble to the downtown a long time ago. It seems like a lifetime. In any case, we're now joining with Rob Robinson, my partner, to build 425 Humboldt Apartments project, which is a 299 market rate mid-rise mixed-use apartment building with a commercial space. We're doing very, very well. We have the funding lined up. We're waiting for the approval of the bank loan, which we've been told by both the bank's representatives and the equity sponsor who's arranging it that it is a very easy loan to approve. We expect that any day now, really, and our hope is that we'll be able to break ground either late this month or early next month. In any event, I really can't talk about this project without complimenting the staff from top to bottom in the city. It's really been a fantastic experience. We began 8 months ago with nothing. The project was approved from a design review standpoint in 90 days, which I don't know if it's a city record, but it's way up there in terms of any approvals for a project of this size in California. We, of course, are working in the downtown where you have your new station area upgrade plan. We hope to sort of kickstart this and get it going. 299 units will be a win-win for the city. You've been kind enough to find us a grant for infrastructure, off-site infrastructure, and we're hoping for additional funding. So there are going to be some moments over the next month when we'll probably be talking to you guys again and hoping for continued support. But your support, the support of the staff, simply phenomenal. And I really believe that we get this project going. You have the 420 Mendocino project completed and renting units, and it's going well. And we're going to get this stationary plan moving. And I can't thank you enough for all the support, and look forward to further support and a solid relationship with you folks. And of course, if you have any questions, we'll make ourselves available, Rob and myself, over the coming weeks, and look forward to meeting with some of you to talk about the downtown, but more particularly, obviously, our project. Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you for building in Santa Rosa, and thank you for stopping by to talk about your positive experience. It's great to hear. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we will recess into closed session. Welcome back, everyone. The time is 4 o'clock and we'll reconvene. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Present. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Benuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. We'll move to item 6.1, our report on closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in today's closed sessions.
Thank you. We'll move to item 7.1, our proclamation on NAMI's 40th anniversary. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas, since its establishment in 1981, NAMI-Sonoma County has provided education and support to those affected by mental illness, advocated for local policies that increase access to mental health care for all, and raise community awareness through mental health and local resources. And whereas, NAMI-Sonoma County celebrates 4 decades of dedicated service to our communities and continued commitment to its mission of helping individuals and families affected by mental health conditions to build better lives through education, support, advocacy, and by raising public awareness. Now, therefore it be it resolved that our Mayor, Mark Stapp, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of our community, do hereby extend heartfelt congratulations to NAMI-Sonoma County on this milestone and commendation for its outstanding contributions to the health of our communities. NAMI-Sonoma County 40th anniversary.
Wonderful. Do we have Mary Frances Walsh here to speak? Oh, please visit whatever microphone is closest. Maybe that one in the top corner, or whatever's closest to you. We'd love to have you say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp, and thank you to the council members. I'm here with 2 of my colleagues, Nick Fierro, who's our communications coordinator, and Hannah Casita, our program coordinator. And we're a pinprick of the community that creates NAMI-Sonoma County. So many of our programs are carried out by family members and individuals with lived experience, people who know what it's like to deal with serious mental illness, to have somebody in and out of an emergency department, somebody in and out of jail, somebody hospitalized, and not know quite how to navigate the system to get help and get support and feel comfortable talking about it. So thank you. We do this work because it means so much to us personally. We all have our own lived experience, and we appreciate the recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the incredible work that NAMI does for the community, and thanks to the entire team for being here today. We want to do a photo in just a few seconds, but before we do that, we're going to open this up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Ma'am, you're standing by the podium. Are you wishing to speak? Wonderful. All right, thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll ask the NAMI team to come down to the front so we can take a photo. Thank you again to the NAMI team. And we'll move on to item 9.1, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager? Or assistant city manager. There was a switch here.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. Have one update today. The 2025 Fall-Winter Activity Guide from Santa Rosa Recreation and Parks will be available beginning this Thursday, July 24th. It's produced in English and in Spanish and will be available online at santarosarec.com or can be picked up at Finley Community Center. And registration for all programs begin at 7 a.m. on Thursday, July 31st. Hopefully we'll have great registration and a lot of fun coming this upcoming fall-winter. Thank you. That does it for me.
That's a good update. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Nutt. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a litigation report for June. There were no settlements previously authorized by council in closed session that were finalized in the month of June. Our caseload remains relatively constant. We have 33 current litigation matters. Many cases are currently in the discovery phase with trial dates assigned to most. We have a few in the appellate stage. As always, we continue to try to resolve smaller cases at little or no cost to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on then to item 10, our statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal this evening? There are none. Item 11, mayor and council members' reports. Are there any reports from council this evening? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few things to report out on. First, I'd like to start off by appointing someone new to the Board of Parks and Recreation. She's here this evening. My former appointee, Omar Lopez, had to resign since he recently moved out of the city of Santa Rosa limits, so I want to publicly thank him for his time and dedication to that board. But I am excited that Keating Vogel is going to be representing District 3. She moved here from Tiburon in 2020 and lives in our district. She's a tax accountant, so she has a background in finance as well as some IT support that I see on her bio. But most impressive is she is a marathon runner and has ran the half marathon in Santa Rosa twice and is an avid hiker and loves the outdoors in our parks and finds, like I do, the importance of having open space as we move to the infill housing, specifically in the downtown area. She's married and has 2 kids and has 2 grandchildren, and so please join me in welcoming Keating to the board. And then I'd just like to briefly announce, I appreciate that Keating was so forward-thinking that she put in an application in advance. So when there are seats that become available in our districts, having those on file is really important for us to know who's available in our districts. And to have that process already done makes it so that it's easier to appoint somebody when we do have a vacancy. So I want to say thank you for the ad that went into the Press Democrat from our staff, and also for your forward thinking of having that in place. It brought me much delight to see such qualified applicants, so thank you. I also attended the ribbon cutting at 420 Mendocino, the new Felix building, and just want to congratulate the developers on such a job well done downtown. I was there with many of my colleagues, and they might have more to add to that, but want to say thank you for that development that's going through, and it's exciting to see so many units becoming available in our downtown area. I attended the first Public Safety Committee meeting this morning, and Councilmember Okrepke will be reporting out on that. As chair of the Violence Prevention Program, I have some things to report out. Santa Rosa PD did a presentation on scams that are happening in our community, specifically on how young grandchildren are are not really calling their grandparents, but they're asking their grandparents. They're scamming them to get money from them. They're saying that they're going to send a carrier to their home to pick up gift cards, to pick up money, to help get them out of jail. And so I think it's really important that people are aware that this is happening. I know it's happened in my district, and so it was great to have a presentation from SRPD. There's information that they have on their website around those scams and how to make sure that we're being cautious when we have those fake calls from grandkids saying that they're in distress, that they have a DUI. There's a lot of places that we've been dealing with these kinds of things. We also are working with some of our faith-based organizations on a graffiti abatement program, and so we'll be just in the beginning talks of how we can work with the city as well as our organizations to help support houses in residential areas that continuously get tagged. And so we were excited to hear that. On August 2nd in Juilliard Park, there'll be a backpack and school supplies giveaway to those who need that. It starts at 10:30, and that will support transitional kindergarten through 8th grade. We also know that there's been a lot of reportings on distress that ICE is in certain parts of our community. And so one of the things that SRPD had available was information on the website of how to find out who's in your neighborhood, and always feel free to call dispatch and find out what officers are working in our neighborhoods. This is an effort to let people know when our officers are out there or sheriffs are out there that not all of them are ICE, and so please work with our officers so that we can be there to protect the community, but also know that there's a way to get information so that you can find out who's in your neighborhood and feel safe. Let's see, we have a couple of youth empowerment groups and pro-social activity groups happening this summer. One of them is a teen culinary job training program, and I understand tomorrow they're going to be able to test some of that culinary training at the Finley Center. I'm not able to attend, but I hope some of the council is able to. And finally, I just want to say thank you to Boy Scout Troop 121 that put in our 650 feet of split rail fence in the Skyhawk Community Park as part of an Eagle Scout project led by Nick Gundy. So this is just such a great example of collaboration between Parks Department and our volunteers to enhance our parks and bring our community members together. So thank you, Nick Gundy, for choosing District 3 and Skyhawk Community Park for your Eagle Scout job, and I wish you the best of luck on getting that.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to give a brief report out on an activity that I was able to partake in, although I did not get in the pool. So our work experience program here at the city, we had 255 participants, youth that participated in that program. And I found it really fascinating to know that they volunteered 25,000 hours between the 255 participants this summer for that program. Some of them, it was the first summer that they had participated, and many of them, they keep returning. I was told that Santa Rosa has the best summer job ever, but most of them are volunteers, so they don't get paid, but we're still the best. So I really love that. I wanted to yet again thank them for their service to our community, thank their parents, some of them for driving them back and forth to whatever site they were assigned, and continue to come back because the community needs you, the children that you are serving need you. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, bright and early, we had the Public Safety Subcommittee meeting, and the two major items were first the Measure H implementation plan update, which for those that did not attend, and unless you were online, you didn't, it is our countywide tax measure for our fire services. And some exciting news to come out of that is that the approved funding so far includes our one new heavy rescue engine, which helps with shoring up buildings in cases of collapse or trench collapse, very specialized things, as well as doing the day-to-day medical response that most of our fire engines do. It'll be the first heavy rescue in the county. It'll be not just a great resource for the city, but also countywide on mutual aid. That's expected to go into service on July 1st of 2026. But more exciting is that we will have a new engine 9, that will start service on October 6th of this year, as well as Battalion 2. Engine 9 will temporarily be at Station 1 until we find its permanent home, and then Station 5 will accommodate Battalion 2. And when you hear me say Station 5, that is also because Station 5 will be completed this fall as well and open. And if you have not gone over Fountain Grove recently, it's a pretty remarkable sight to see. In addition, we had an update on the downtown enforcement team, who responded to 2,400 calls last year and made 650 arrests. The downtown enforcement team not only participates, or not only covers downtown as a special enforcement area, but also is the default homeless enforcement and advocacy portion of the police department. Because of them, there are no large encampments currently within the city of Santa Rosa. Based on the point in time count, homelessness is down 23%. Because Santa Rosa has the largest share of the unhoused population, we expect that to be a very similar decrease here. And most impressive is in partnership with our Transportation Public Works Department. Because of them, they were able to remove over 1,300 yards of trash and refuse left behind. So big thanks to the downtown enforcement team. And with that, I will end my report.
Thank you. And just 3 quick items from me. On the 9th, I had the pleasure of presenting with Mayor Gerard Giudice of Rohnert Park and Mayor Rosa Reynosa of Windsor. We did a panel presentation at the Business Alliance of Sonoma County, talking about our respective budget situations and how we are working together and with other cities in Sonoma County and with the county itself to do things more efficiently, particularly in the area of homeless services, as we've talked about here in the past. And so we had the chance to speak to about 150 attendees that morning, and there will be more events like this. There's great collaboration between cities in the county right now and the county itself. And then on the 10th, I attended the Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting in place of Ms. Fleming, who was traveling, where we got an update on the Lake County expansion project. As we have talked about in the past, Sonoma Clean Power has the great project underway of trying to take its operations over to Lake County to provide green energy over in the county where a lot of that energy is produced in the geysers, doing really nice things for the rural residents of Lake County. So we got an update on that. And then as Ms. McDonald mentioned, I think almost all of us were at the Felix ribbon cutting last week, which was just fantastic. 168 units downtown. It's just the perfect symbol of what we want for our downtown area. Residents love it. We love it, and lots of other interesting plans for our downtown area in the future. So stay tuned for more good news. And with that, I'll conclude my report. Oops, Ms. Rogers.
I just wanted to say that I was able to attend the SCTCA because Councilman Krupke was unable to attend. And there were 2 things that I wanted to report out for that one. And action was taken to continue with the vehicle miles traveled mitigation program for Sonoma County. That was approved to continue that. And then the second thing was there was a projected completion date for the Hearn overpass of November of this year. So that is pretty exciting, and that the second part of the old Hearn overpass was demolished about a week ago. So that in itself is pretty exciting, especially for those of us that live on that side of town and are watching this be put together. So thank you, Mayor.
That's a great update. We're all looking forward to that ribbon cutting. And with that, we'll go to public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on any of the reports that we've given? Seeing none, we'll go to item 12, approval of minutes. We are reviewing the July 8th, 2025 meeting minutes. Were there any edits, corrections? Seeing none, we can adopt the minutes as submitted, and we can go on to consent. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I'm going to interrupt myself because Ms. Banuelos just reminded me that we do have to do public comment on the minutes. I like to forget that at least once every meeting. Are there any public comment on the minutes? Indeed, has there ever been public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, we will move on to item 13, consent. Madam City Clerk.
Okay. Item 13.1 is a motion, contract award, Roseland Pavement Maintenance 2025. Item 13.2 is a resolution, Go Sonoma Cooperative Funding Agreement. Item 13.3 is a resolution, Santa Rosa City Bus Public Transit Agency Safety Plan 2025 update. Item 13.4 is a resolution, approval and issuance of a purchase order to Proforce Marketing Incorporated for the purchase of new duty handguns and accessories and trade-in of current inventory. Item 13.5 is a resolution, extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council, are there any questions? Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't see Dan here in the, but the question is simple. Maybe, is he? Oh, he's over hiding over in the corner. And a yes or no suffice. On the 13.1, South is part of that on the perfect. There's a little mark on the map that was provided for us, and I just want to make or confirm that it is South A Street that is being worked on in that, or A Street, I should say, or South Street. Yeah, South Street. Okay, thank you. That was all. And he nodded his head that it is indeed the street being worked on, and that answers my question.
Thank you. Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. I had just a few questions on item 13.4, and I was wondering if maybe, there he is, the chief, if he could answer just a couple of questions, please.
Why don't you come on down? Looking at our meeting timing, you might be down here for a little bit, so settle in.
Thank you.
I brought our training sergeant's here today too, so I brought him as a subject matter expert.
Oh, excellent. Great. Thank you so much. Yes, I understand that we're replacing what you currently have, and I just had some questions around that as I was going through the staff report. Speaking of training, what kind of training will be provided for the, let me see if I get this right, pistol-mounted optics, I guess, optics is what they're called, PMOs?
Absolutely. I'll give just the high level, and I'll let our training sergeant go into even greater detail. And we have one of our full-time training officers here tonight as well. But for us, we already have through POST, which is the Police Officer Standards and Training, mandated training that our officers are going through blocks of firearms training, both with our handguns, our rifles, our shotguns, or less lethal weapons throughout the year. But for us, this is the same Glock platform we have. So it's the same 9mm Glock platform. But what we're adding is these have 10 years of use with thousands of rounds and a lot of exposure out in the elements when we're out in the rain. But there's some big upgrades that we're doing. Instead of traditional fixed iron sights that we have in a handgun, that it has these red dot sights, which gives you like quicker target acquisition, but also you're able to keep both eyes open with it, and really at the end of the day be a much more accurate shot. And for us, like literally inches matter on these things, so being like so precise with this. And then also what's really important for me is that officers have a clear line of sight but view of the scene. So these have mounted lights on them too. So if you were going to a house or at nighttime, and statistically most police shootings occur at night, so to make sure that officers really clearly see, and what a difference it makes with them having a clear vision and be able to see, oh, that's a cell phone in someone's hand, not a firearm with it, and really be able to prevent maybe some shootings happen with it. So we have something that we're really excited this year. We created 2 full-time training officer positions because it's so important for me, and these training officers are looking into issues with our uses of force, with our pursuits, with anything we do, and looking for training trends and really having that more upstream approach to, like, let's fix these problems before we start seeing them and issues on the street with it. So our training officers have developed a post-approved training course for the transition. So it's the same gun, but now we just have the new sight option with like that. So we're going to be going through a full day of training with our officers before they're issued the gun. They'll have to be able to get the training with our residential experts internally. They'll have to be able to shoot and demonstrate their accurate, their use, their knowledge of those firearms. And I'll turn it over to our training sergeant who has a lot more detail, and he runs this team.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, ma'am. The Chief did a great job explaining it. I think for us, the initial training will be approximately 10 hours. It'll cover target discrimination, different lighting conditions, just the basic functionality of the system. And then we'll have continued sustainment training, generally every 8 weeks for the officers, where they'll receive another 4-hour block. We'll make sure that they're comfortable with the system and they can operate it. And then we can address kind of anything from there. But I think the Chief's explanation is quite good.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks for telling me how much time, the 10 hours, and the day and all of that. So
and that'll be continuing throughout the year. I mean, is it, how many training blocks a year are we doing with the firearms?
Yes, sir. We do, this will be a 10-hour block, so a full day dedicated. And then every 8 weeks, we'll probably get another 4 blocks in at 4 hours to 5 hours each. So total for a year would be about 30 to 40 hours. Which is right in line with national standards, if not a little bit higher.
Great, thank you. And then I was wondering about disposal. I think the report indicated that it's going to be a trade-in primarily. Are there any other alternatives to that? Because I did read that, and I don't know how accurate that is, that sometimes these end up in crimes later, depending on where they get sold. So I'm just kind of curious about why we're only doing a trade-in, and were we looking at other alternatives at all?
The trade-in all comes down to cost. So we're basically getting $100,000 taken off the price for trading in existing, not only the handguns, but some older shotguns. We had transitioned in the past with our shotguns and been able to trade in some of those with it. The only other option we have is to have those destroyed. So it comes down to the cost. That study's a little misleading. I looked into that myself too, as like making the decision, and that's a study that gets passed around sometimes. If you really look more into the granular details of that, it's not necessarily saying all those were involved in crimes, but had been found at crime scenes or located at crime scenes, so that could just be a residence that was associated with a firearm. One thing that we're doing to mitigate that too is that we're working that our police officers could actually buy back their old firearm through the dealer, but we're not allowed. You have to be a federal licensed dealer to be able to do that. I can't do that as the police chief, so it goes into the custody of the firearms dealer, and then our officers can buy back their firearms. So I would actually say a majority of these firearms are actually going to go back to the police officers, that they'll buy those firearms with it. They just have to buy it at a market rate from the dealer with it. But the reality is some will be, so I want to be transparent in that, some will be held in the possession of the gun dealer and sold on the market. But the reality is too that anywhere in Santa Rosa, anywhere in California, across the nation, you can buy firearms. So I think it's a difficult stretch, as maybe some would argue, that saying that they're more likely to be used in, or they're going to be an increase in firearms. But it comes down to us just being able to time on like being fiscally responsible with it and saving $100,000 with our city, and then hopefully mitigating some of those concerns with officers buying back those firearms.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I wanted to ask about was maintenance. So when I was reading about the fiscal impacts, it looks like all of this is covered in your current budget. But I also understand that there's ongoing maintenance. So will you just be putting that into your budget for the following year, or how are you looking at maintenance of this kind of more high-tech? I felt, as I was reading it, a more high-tech type of weapon?
It will be. I mean, the same gun platform is the same. So now we actually are adding just the red dot sights and the lights to it with it. But we're built in. We already have budgeted. So we're not coming to council asking for additional funds during such tight times.
Right.
We basically have a savings account that we had. It was $45,000 per year that we got toward firearms and for ammunition and all these things. And it was like to build up. So I've been strategically kind of saving this up for this purchase. So we have enough to be able to make this without asking for additional funds, and we'll be using. So we did with some of the budget cuts that got reduced to $20,000, but that's what we'll be doing. We'll be staying between our line item budget that we have for firearm maintenance. And we have an internal team. So we have 5 armorers right now that are our internal team, including our training team run by Sergeant Vickers here. So our internal team, that saves a lot of the training or the cost because they're able to do their own work. Some of these things will have like some of the warranties on these things like that. So I'm confident at the end of the day that you're not going to see an increase. If anything, you're going to see a decrease as our current firearms are aging. We're starting to see more issues with them after the thousands of rounds exposed to the elements. So in the long run, we're going to have a safer platform for our officers. I think you're going to see some of the costs go down. And luckily, we were able to kind of strategically save up for this moment so it's not hitting the general fund dollars.
And just to follow that, and thank you for that, how long do you think these new ones will last? You just had the other ones that you have currently.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sergeant Vickers might be able to give more details. I think we'll confidently get another 10 to 15 years off of these firearms with it if we continue our current training practices and the number of rounds that we're putting through these firearms. So I think very confidently we're talking somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 years from now before we're having to make another purchase, and that's something that we'll start carefully saving for today.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Also for the purposes of the public, so thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll speak for myself. I probably have a better understanding of what the officers go through in the firing training classes if maybe we as council members could participate. And I'm available any day of the week other than Tuesdays.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we are working on some virtual reality trainings that we're having too that can kind of put you going through some of those things, but maybe we'll have to prepare a council day on the range.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Then we'll open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on the consent items? Ms. Carmen, the floor is yours.
So what are the numbers for the consent items? From what
13.1 to 13.5.
Okay.
And thank you, Chief Cregan.
All right, thank you. Janice Carmen, and greetings to all of you. I'm glad to see you again. I'd like to comment on the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and Regional Climate Protection Authority. I've looked through the boards and the committees, and
Ms. Carmen, I don't think that's one of the consent items today, unless I'm missing it. So these would be items 13.1 through 13.5.
Okay, 13.1. Okay, I just got here, so I'm late. Okay, that's all right. I'm sorry. I thought it was starting with...
No problem. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on the consent items? Seeing none,
Mr. Mayor.
Oops.
Mr. Mayor, there is an item relating to Go Sonoma as 13.2. And I don't know if that's what Ms. Carmen was attempting to speak on, but that is an SETCA.
Thank you for that clarification. I was reading too quickly. Ms. Carmen, was that the item you intended to speak on, 13.2?
It's really short what I'm going to say about it, but yes. Thank you. Okay, so this is what I just wanted to bring up, is that I've been looking through the boards and the commissions since this Terrence Stomp got appointed to the City Planning Commission when he lives in District 4 and it's Victoria's district, not ours, which is District 3. So looking through all of them, I found a number of inactive committees, and one of them, because I remembered that one of the 7 goals, or 6 goals, used to be, now it's 7, was climate, and climate is big. Climate's big with everybody that knows stuff about what's going on, and it was inactive. So I just wanted to be sure that it's not getting joined with something else that would override what climate is about and the experts and the kind of people that you would be trying to learn from with climate. I feel like climate is enough without joining it to something else. So I'm just going to say that on the transportation climate thing.
Thank you, Janice. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the Vice Mayor for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move 13.1 through 13.5 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready, you can call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record reflect the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember Fleming absent.
Thank you. And we are moving quickly through our agenda. We are going to hold off on public comment on non-agenda matters to 5 o'clock, and we're going to begin with our report items, starting with item 15.1, our annual report on the independent police auditor. Or report from the independent police auditor, I should say. Do we have a Mr. Ganako and Mr. Connolly? Perfect. Welcome back.
Yeah, while they make their way to the podium, so I'm excited to introduce item 15.1, Independent Police Auditor Annual Report. So I look forward to this, this item coming to council and before the public yearly, as we want to continue to show our transparency and our relationship with the community between OIR and our police department. We do have police in the audience to answer any questions as we go through the presentation as well. So at this time, I'll turn it over to OIR and Mr. Janako. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you, Madam City Manager. Michael Janako, your independent police auditor team. With me is my colleague, Stephen Connolly, and we are here to present our Year 3 report, and pleased to do that. See a lot of familiar faces on the dais, and it's great to be back in Santa Rosa on this beautiful afternoon. The report was, the narrative of our report was submitted. It's, some 20-some pages. What we intended to do this afternoon is really just to provide a high-level summary of our findings in Year 3. And what I maybe would want to start with is to sort of contrast this journey that we have taken with the city and the police department and you all as elected officials and leadership of the city, including your city manager. And I can say that, Year 3 in 2025 is a lot different than when we first got started with the city back in 2020. In 2020, as you recall, that was the year in which police reform really moved forward, largely as a result of a signifying event, that is the murder of George Floyd. And there were protests here, and as you all can recall, those of you who are since you are familiar with Santa Rosa, some of the police response to those protests did not go as planned, did not go seamlessly, and created issues. We did do an after action, and that was after our first engagement with the city was the after action report, when a lot of those issues were identified and reported on publicly. After that, we were then appointed on a more continual basis or ongoing basis as your independent police auditor. And this report is our third report since we received that assignment to continually report on police matters and provide a level of transparency to the city and your community that virtually no other city in this area provides. We are
we have been in the independent police auditor business for some over 20 years, and we have a number of other assignments up and down the state of California. So based on that experience, we try to provide what we are learning in other jurisdictions and applying some of those progressive police practices and reforms to this city and vice versa. For example, one of the more robust programs you have is not a police department function, but the mental health response in your city. We often talk to other cities about that project being a gold standard in our view with regard to the way in which those in mental health crisis are responded to, and the sort of the holistic and varied response and resources you have that many other cities are envious of having and don't have. So with that being said, I just want to sort of give you one of the overarching themes from our report. It's not expressly stated in the report, but if you look at the report and you see, for example, that the number of recommendations we have made have decreased over the 3 years we've been here, that's because the low-hanging fruit that we found when we first got started don't exist anymore. And so I'd like to describe it as we've moved from Oversight 101, which is when we just get started with a jurisdiction, to starting to provide oversight at what I would say a graduate level. And that's where we are now. It's more turning the dials and doing some more fine-tuning rather than looking at some of the basic concerns that exist when we first get started with any assignment. Those don't exist anymore. And so that doesn't mean that the recommendations we make aren't important, and I'm sure at some point the chief will provide any feedback or acceptance or not with regard to those recommendations. But we do have 5 recommendations. Could we go to the next slide, please? One thing I do want to remind council and your community is that the way in which we provide this level of oversight or this level of auditing is different than many of the other assignments we have in the state of California and elsewhere, in the sense that much of the auditing that we do in other jurisdictions is what we call after-the-fact auditing. So what will happen is that there will be a force incident, there will be a civilian complaint, there will be an internal complaint. That investigation, the force investigation, the civilian complaint investigation, or the internal investigation will all proceed, be completed. The decision maker within the agency, within the police department, will make a determination. And then that determination is finalized, and it's at that point that we get the material. That is sort of the traditional way in which auditing is done in policing. There are obviously some advantages to auditing a report that way, and we do that in many jurisdictions, which is we look at the material, we review the body-worn camera footage, we look at the interviews, we look at the decision, and then we make our own independent assessment on how we thought how effective the investigation was. We also look at the decision and whether or not that decision was principled, and then we write a public report indicating whether we agree, whether we thought there were shortcomings with regard to the investigation, or that the result of that investigation wasn't based on the evidence that we saw. We saw it a different way. That's not what we do in Santa Rosa. And there's a reason we don't. What we do in Santa Rosa is what we call real-time monitoring as opposed to after-the-fact monitoring. And with real-time monitoring, the advantage of real-time monitoring is that when a complaint comes in, oftentimes the complainant will reach to us directly, and we will then help the complainant get a complaint into the system. For those that find their way independently from the police department, we'll be notified day one this complaint came in. And what that means is we're not waiting until all of the information and evidence has been collected to weigh in on that complaint and the ensuing investigation. The advantage to that is that if there are, as we go through and as we are advised every step of the way as the investigation proceeds, the advantage that we have is we can step in while that case is still vibrant, while that case is still moving along in its process, and do weigh in and provide advice to the investigators, to the decision makers, along the way. So in essence, because of that level of involvement early on, we can save a case from falling off a cliff. If the case is already put to bed, we can be critical of the captain's decision. We can be critical of the witness who wasn't interviewed. We can be critical that the right questions were not asked. But there's nothing we can do about it other than report and be critical. In the real-time monitoring, we can have a real impact while that case is going on. So the paradigm that we often see is that we'll have a conversation and we'll say, well, what about this witness? And so before that investigative package is completed, that witness will be interviewed. And if we have a question about the decision-making, we'll be able to have input into that decision-making before, again, that case is put to bed. And I do think that is an advantage. I think it does save cases from going off the cliff. And the other advantage is we don't have to publicly criticize a decision after the fact, since we are involved in those decisions all along the road. And that's a big difference. Just as an example, I think earlier in the week, my colleague Steve sat in on 2 very important interviews of a significant internal affairs investigation, and that's really important. The other aspects of the model that I do want to highlight, because I also think they're critical to effective oversight, which in my view, you have here in the city. One is the involvement of the leadership of the city. Your city manager checks in with us regularly on police matters. I have to say, candidly, that other city managers and cities we work with don't have that level of engagement or involvement. And we are able to have candid conversations throughout the year, not just when we come back once a year, so that we get the sense from her about her concerns about police matters. And we can also report to her earlier on what we're seeing with regard to police matters, significant cases that she should be aware of. But that level of engagement doesn't exist in many cities, and we're pleased to be in a working relationship where that we do have that level of access. The last thing that I think really is critical is what's happening this afternoon, and that is our ability to report not only just in a public report that will be out there for all to see and posted on websites, both ours and the city's, but also that we're able to engage with leadership, the elected leadership of the city, in a way on at least a yearly basis, so that we can provide an opportunity for you all to ask questions on how things are going, and that we can also provide you sort of high-level information about what we're seeing in the city and what we're seeing with how the police department is responding to public safety issues throughout the past year. So the tandem of our public report, which you have provided us the authority to provide and give your community a level of transparency, plus this public engagement, not only with your electeds, but also with the community leadership. So tomorrow, we'll be meeting with the advisory group that has been formed to focus on police matters and hear from them, as well as yet another opportunity to have that public-facing engagement, which we think is really critical to any effective oversight. The other thing that we're able to do and have done, and one example is in the report that I wanted to highlight, and that is, in addition to the individual cases, which are all included in our report, if you look at the back end of our report, there is a whole list of all the active cases. We also can make recommendations with regard to systemic improvement, with regard to policy development, with regard to what we see as potential gaps in policy, and then can report publicly on the degree to which the police department leadership has been responsive to our recommendations. Just as an example, over the course of this past year, there was a complaint that came in from a civilian resident of Santa Rosa, and the complaint was directed against the chief of of police, the number one person in the organization. And while in that case, the case was investigated by a subordinate of the chief of police, and we found the investigation to be thorough, we found the investigation to be fair, we found the investigation to be objective. There was a lot of tangible evidence that did not substantiate the complaint. On the other hand, the optics of having a sergeant or lieutenant investigate an allegation against the chief of police, knowing full well that the sergeant is eventually reporting to that chief of police, creates an optics issue that could be potentially problematic. Imagine if in fact, and this was not the case here, but imagine if in fact that case did have some legs and might have actually have indicated a potential violation of policy. Imagine how uncomfortable it would for the sergeant armed with that information now to have to do a sit down with the chief as a subject of the investigation and try to effectively interview and ask the hard questions that need to be asked in that situation. It's just not a good fit. So what we suggested, and the police department and the chief agreed with our recommendation and almost immediately made changes to the policy, is there's now a policy that calls for, in the rare case, and this is the first time it's happened in 3 years we've been here, but in the rare case in which the allegation is against the leader of the organization, there will then, the new policy then requires that there be a discussion with your city manager, and the decision is made about whether or not that kind of allegation should be investigated independently. Again, that's just, I'm not talking so much about the substance of that, but just as an example of the kind of changes we can make with regard to gaps in policy that we find and present to the police department. Can we go to the next slide, please? There we go. At this point, I will turn over the remainder of our opening remarks to my colleague, Stephen Connolly.
Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Stephen Connolly of OIR Group, and I'm very happy to be with you again. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the particulars from this year's audit report, which covers the run of cases that were opened in 2024, as well as some of the systemic changes that the department made during that time. The active involvement in the discipline process is really the meat and potatoes of our role here. Obviously, the public reporting is an important piece of it and contributes a lot to the transparency. But on a regular kind of day-to-day basis, the core of what we do is to interact with the department when any new investigation is open, and kind of serve as the second chair of the investigative process throughout that whole process, from the initial intake all the way through to the final decision making. There were 62 cases that were opened. Most of them were generated from public complaints, but a number of them, I think 10 or 11 in this past year, were also generated by the department when management recognized there was an issue that it felt like rose to the level of potential policy violation and opened a case accordingly. And again, we played an active role in kind of tracking and in some cases sitting in on interviews and regular consultations with the main investigator to in the hopes that these would be investigated thoroughly and that appropriate decisions would be reached. And we are pleased to be able to say, as we have had, as we have in the other couple of years, we can absolutely vouch for the legitimacy of the department's process. It does a very good investigation, a very good job of taking investigations seriously, investigating them thoroughly. We've worked with 2 or 3 different investigators in the course of our time here, and each one of them has been a very, very qualified person, very good at his job, and in a lot of ways that makes our job easier. And we really try to contribute where we can by bringing our perspective, asking a bunch of questions. The accountability piece is always important, because if policies are violated, then officers obviously should be held accountable for that. There should be appropriate corrective action, discipline, whatever is merited by the circumstances. circumstances. But one of our big pushes since we've got here is to really try to treat these cases and the feedback from the public and the review process that goes on as an opportunity for what we call holistic improvement, looking for ways to make performance better, even if the decision is, yeah, this doesn't quite rise to the level of a policy violation, but this could have been handled differently. This was a little disappointing. The department has become much better at sort of embracing those and taking advantage of training opportunities, following up with officers, even in the cases where the allegations of misconduct are not sustained, in a larger sense, trying to make the department better. There we go. In terms of the process, as I said, we have found the investigations to be very appropriately thorough and effective. I think one of the biggest places where we've seen a change since we got started here is that the interactions with the complainants we are increasingly impressed with. The department really does try to engage with folks and to explain, to do a lot more explaining than the law really requires in terms of helping them understand the outcomes of cases. If it ends up being a result that they weren't expecting or were disappointed with, there's certainly a willingness to talk and engage and communicate and try to make the experience a positive one where people really feel like they've been heard. Biased policing is certainly one of the more sensitive issues that we cover. There were a handful of cases that raised allegations that, among other things, perhaps alleged that some of the perceived mistreatment that the complainant was mentioning was a function of some bias. All of those cases were looked at very carefully, and the bias component of the complaint was certainly focused on, and we didn't have any sustained allegations of bias policing in this past year. Mike talked about the new protocol for allegations involving the head of the agency, and unlike previous years, last year, for example, one of the things that we noticed were a high percentage, 10 or 15% of the total investigations had to do with issues of homeless enforcement and people complaining about the way that they were treated in the context of the department's homeless enforcement efforts. That number dropped by quite a bit in the 2024 pool of cases. I think we only had 2 or 3 in which homeless enforcement was implicated as an issue at all. As Mike mentioned, from a transparency perspective, our case status chart is one of the ways that we try to provide the public with a sense of the kinds of things that are being complained about or investigated by the police department, the outcome of those cases, how they turned out, and any other kind of salient facts that would help people understand the process. So certainly one of our goals today, as Mike said, we're kind of giving you a high pass of the report as a whole. We certainly encourage the public to take a look at the actual written report, which is available online, and the case status chart in the back really is unusual in our experience in terms of the amount of detail that it provides, obviously while remaining respectful and in legal compliance with officer privacy rights. Another category of significant concern for us has been use of force. We talked a lot about use of force in our report last year. We really focused on the department's review process and had a number of recommendations that we hoped would enhance the supervisory review process, make it a little more rigorous and thorough, and again, move beyond the bottom line question of in policy or not in policy, but look to see, is there anything from a training perspective or otherwise that we could be doing better? There were a couple of things that happened in the past year that we consider to be very, very significant in enhancing the department's ability to review uses of force thoroughly, constructively, and effectively. One of them is a new major incident review board concept, which the department didn't have before, but which we consider to be a really, really important way to take advantage of the insights and the subject matter expertise that a lot of department members have to take a look at a range of incidents that are of special sensitivity or significance for one reason or another, and really give them a deep dive of analysis and discussion and debate, and again, without accountability being one potential component of it, but also this was a significant incident that happened. What can we learn from it? How can we get better? And what are the messages that we want our training cadre to carry out to the department? So it's a much more formal, documented, and sort of methodical way of doing something that presumably the department has been doing for a long time in terms of issue spotting. But this makes sure that the discussion is as good as it can be, and that importantly, that the follow through is there. And I just mentioned the training cadre. It's a new unit that the department is very proud of, and I think rightfully so. It's a sergeant and 2 full-time officers who really focus on a number of different issues that are designed to help the department's training and review of important enforcement events be as effective, constructive, and improvement oriented as it possibly can be. So I think both of those changes are reflective of a mentality in the department that we are very supportive of. Our special topic for this year had to do with vehicle pursuits. I know that your council has received a detailed presentation from the department about vehicle pursuits recently, so I won't belabor it, but we wanted to take a look at their process just because it is such a sensitive issue really throughout the state, throughout the country. There is, I would say, increasing focus on it and trying to figure out the right balance between rigorous enforcement and the inherent dangers that go along with these events. So we learned a lot about how the department reviews vehicle pursuits, and I know the training cadre has added that to their plate of responsibilities, which I think is really good. And we took a look at a sampling of some of the department's 45 pursuits from last year to look at the, again, look at the underlying substance, the body-worn cameras, the reports, and everything else, but also to see how did the department respond to this, and do we think that their issue spotting was good? Did they follow up with identified issues appropriately? And for the most part, we found that there was a lot of good work being done, but as usual, there may be a couple of refinements on the edges that we encourage the department to consider, and that became the subject of a couple of our recommendations. As Mike said, we only had 5 recommendations this year compared to, I don't know, close to 20 the first year, and it was probably 13 or 14 in year 2. So the target is shrinking in many ways. We see that as a very positive thing overall. And we are also very pleased to say that in the past, the department has been responsive to our recommendations, and that's probably the note that I want to end up on. We really do appreciate the constructive relationship that we've had with the department from the beginning. They certainly hold up their end of the bargain in terms of notification, responsiveness, and availability. And whenever we have a question or a concern, they are certainly very willing to engage with us, and oftentimes are willing to go along with our suggestions or make an adjustment or interview an extra witness or what have you. I talked to the main investigator in professional standards a couple of weeks ago when we were just running through 3 or 4 cases that had recently been concluded. And I didn't have anything to say about one of them, and he was almost disappointed. He said, I can't believe there's no annoying questions or follow-ups that you want me to do on this one. So there wasn't, but oftentimes I do have something that I just want to tug at a little bit more or get some clarification with, and the department is always very, very good about that. So we are pleased with the nature of our relationship and the direction that the department is going in. We think they've made some significant improvements to their internal review mechanisms, and we also are happy to be an outlet, as Mike said, for any public concerns. We're in touch with a number of members of the public through email or telephonically, and provide them information about the process and facilitate their navigation through the system. And at the end of every complaint investigation, the letter that the complainant receives has contact information for us, and basically says if you want to follow up on this or ask any questions, you're very welcome to contact the independent police auditor as well, and we think all of those are positive things. So I'm going to wrap it up here, and we're certainly happy to entertain any questions that you folks have.
Michael and Stephen, thank you very much for this clear, thorough, and ultimately very positive report. I'm going to bring it back to council for questions on this item. Any questions at the moment? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple quick questions. I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer them or if the chief will need to come down, but about how many calls does dispatch take in 2024? Could you give me those statistics, Chief?
So calls for service in 2024, which outlines this, we had just under 184,000 calls for service that came into our 911 dispatch center. Officers actually responded to just over 117,000. I believe it was 117,848. I've said a lot of community meetings. So that's how many responded to in 2024.
So of 118,000 calls for service, we had 62 incidences. So what's that percentage?
I was looking at it for actually preparing for a community presentation. Yeah, so 117,000 with 62, so it was 0.05%. So just a fraction of our calls for service that was measurable that actually resulted in an internal investigation. And out of the 62, as Mr. Connolly said, 10 of those were actually self-initiated by the police department. That behavior that we saw through our own internal reviews with it, that we were able to initiate and say, hey, we want to look a little closer into this behavior and see if it merits any type of discipline or training that we were able to take forward.
I just think those numbers are so significant when we look at this type of reporting out. So, and it's important for our community to know that while we don't want to have any incidents and we're looking at our process, I don't think there's too many positions where you're on a daily 360 review process, where every day our officers who go into work and are sworn or not in your department, they're constantly being reviewed and under scrutiny to do better. And so I just want to commend all of them for being so helpful with this process and how they've worked with our auditors so that we're providing the best community care that we can. But thank you for answering that question. I think it's really significant when I look at that, and I love that you're working yourself out of a job. So we appreciate all the help on that, so thank you.
Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick things. I was wondering, when you all mentioned the Major Incident Review Board, what does that look like, and how would that work?
So what basically happens is that the department has the discretion, and certainly, Chief, feel free to supplement this answer, but the idea behind it, and I probably should have mentioned this earlier, one of the things that we try to contribute is to take advantage of the relationship we have and the familiarity we have with a lot of different agencies, mostly in California, but other parts of the country as well. So when there's a good idea that we think a department has adopted for internal review, we certainly try to spread that around and make sure other places know about it. So we talked to the department quite a bit about some ideas for enhancing its major incident review process, and one of those ideas was don't treat it like a fire extinguisher behind glass and only break the glass in an absolute emergency. Take advantage of this process and put a group of people in the room together to talk about a significant incident, whether it's a canine bite or a vehicle pursuit that results in a crash of some kind, or one of the incidents that they looked at was a SWAT barricade that had some different moving parts and elements to it. So anytime you have an unusual event or one that had significant consequences, it's going to bring together leadership of the agency and subject matter experts from the training group and maybe some other folks as well to sit down and get a presentation about what happened, and then be able to discuss it to say, what are the learning opportunities here? Did our officers meet our expectations and policies? Has the scrutiny we've given this event exposed any holes in our policy, or our equipment didn't work the way it was supposed to, or they don't seem to understand this new policy that we've implemented? So it's really an opportunity to cover a wide range of things, and I think the department is trying to take full advantage of it.
Thank you. And the only other thing I was wondering about was access, how the public has access. And I noticed that, of course, the the link for complaints is on the website. That I imagine that goes through the police department initially, but then you do this real time, which, by the way, I think is great. I think it's, because you're absolutely right. I'm pretty sure the county does the other. Everything happens, and then it gets analyzed by the auditor. So I think that's great. But I was just wondering about access, like how does the public know that besides going through the police department that there's going to be an auditor that's going to be looking at it as well? Or do they know?
So my experience is that when somebody files a complaint with the police, they have ideally they're going to have a subsequent interaction with a investigator to do a more complete intake interview, if you will. Mm-hmm. And I've listened to a whole bunch of those intake interviews, and a regular part of it is just to explain the process. And one of the things that gets mentioned towards the end of the conversation is the existence of our office. And then they get, I think, an initial notification letter after the investigation has been opened, and then they get a closeout letter, and those make reference to our office as well.
And another thing, just to add some clarity, that we have a dedicated web page on the police department. It's about how to file a complaint. It has all the OIR information with their phone number, their address, their email. Mr. Connolly gets direct emails regularly. And some of the complaints, I don't know how many of the 62, actually went straight to OIR, who then brought them to our attention. So community members, but we have that information available on our website, as including also each one of the annual reports are on our website too, so people can look at the past and be able to do that. And we continue to do the community meetings when they're present, and a perfect example tomorrow night is I have my Chiefs Community Ambassador team. So that's 20 members. Mark Isha, our city manager, Smith, picked them throughout the city of Santa Rosa, and our police auditors are going to be meeting one-on-one with the 20 members of our CCAT team. They already have the report. They've been reviewing it. They're going to ask direct questions and feedback and be able to hopefully be a voice out in the community for that and bring direct questions to our police auditors.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. In addition to that, it's hosted on the city manager's website, and it's the direct contact to OIR, and the public can also make complaints to the city manager's office, and I work directly with OIR as well.
Wonderful. I just want to say thank you so much. I think this is a great report. The annual audit, really well done, and I'm really glad to hear the numbers are down. So yeah, I think it's overall a really huge asset to helping police work, everything involved. So I just want to thank you, and thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council right now? Let's open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Ms. Flores.
Good evening, Council. I am grateful that we are taking the time to audit the Santa Rosa Police, and I did have an incident at the police station recently. There was a young man that I was helping to represent from Fresno, California, and his 10-year-old daughter hung herself. So he was here to seek information on his daughter's death. And so because this man has been in and out of prison and his face is tattooed, I felt that he was not treated respectfully. And so I was really unhappy about that. So I did email Chief Cragen, and Chief Cragen got back to me by 6 in the morning the next day. And the lieutenant personally reached out to me to make sure that that young man was assigned a court-appointed victim advocate, and he gave me many resources to make sure that he was heard. So I know that these things are being addressed because I've personally experienced that from your staff, so well done. I appreciate that very much. So as far as my complaint, just from a data perspective, I'd be curious to see if that was included. I'm sure it was, so I can request that to compile further information. But to speak to council statements earlier, the public is not aware of these audits. I was not aware, and I feel that I'm well informed, so that would be something really helpful to share with the community, because I know you are trying to build the bridges between the police and our community, and there's been efforts all the way around, so I would implore you to build that bridge even further. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Adina. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Ms. Carmen, we'll go with you first.
Council and the City Council and members of the public. I've had a long experience with the police, and not current, none of it's current. And I know many of the police officers, and I don't know if they're still there, but there are formerly police officers who were not only totally ineffective, they didn't even seem to be able to navigate the issues at all. And it was really very painful for me. I got through it, and here I am on the other side. But it wasn't necessary. And when they said there wasn't bias, there definitely was bias. And I've spoken before the supervisors about a year and a half ago, about misogyny in this county. I wanted to include it with the Office of Equity, because a year ago I was really sticking up for the Office of Equity as well. And I want to say that I've been trying to interact with the police more, but I'm still very cautious because of the very traumatic experience I had when I would call them on the advisement of superiors who said that they would help. And that's all I'm going to say today, but thank you.
Thank you, Janice. The floor is yours.
Is this on?
Yeah, Gregory, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Gregory Farron, today representing Homeless Action, and I'll join the previous speakers in congratulating you and OIR for what seems like a very thorough and positive, upbeat report. I'm glad to be standing here congratulating you because a few years ago it wasn't so positive. I do want to kind of express a kind of a complaint, though it's not yours. Currently, the California Highway Patrol is what we believe to be taking some pretty bad action down on Santa Rosa Avenue, and we'll pursue that against the California Highway Patrol. But at this point, we have nothing awful to say about either the Santa Rosa City Police or any other employee or department. So again, thank you very much for the report. We'll devour it as much as we can. We'll continue to try to give you complaints when there are any, but it's good to hear that you've diminished them and the police are acting much more positively. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to Mr. Krepke for a motion, and then we can have any final comments.
I don't believe there is an official motion. It's just recommended by the city manager that the council receive and accept this annual report.
Second.
All right, we have a
there's no motion.
I want to second it anyway.
We have a lot of seconds. Any final comments from our group? Ms. Rogers.
I just want to say this has been a great report every year. It's getting better and better. But the one thing I did want to point out, and I think it would probably be more to our officers in the department, it's one thing to be within policy, but there's another thing when we look at the interaction that we're having in the community. And I know that we're all human, so, but I don't think you'll be out of a job because I think those complaints will continue to come in. But to let the public know, our officers are human. We will take the complaints because we're always willing to learn and we want to learn. But to our officers, because I think we have fabulous officers and we have a great department, please take your mental health days. Make sure that you are rested up because those interactions with the public can leave a very bad taste in their mouth for our department, which I feel is a great department, and I want the community to see what I see when I look at our officers. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I think this report is great and all, but I think what I'm most proud of is the feedback that I'm getting back from my community when they tell me about their interactions with our police officers. So Chief, to you and your team, I'm not tired of telling you what a great job, and and I know in my area you're making me look good, and I love the bridge that we've been building since your inception into the position of chief. And I do have a question, sir. foot patrols. I know that I would love to see our officers enjoying tacos, maybe on Sebastopol Road or thereabouts. Is there any plans in the future for foot patrols?
Yes, absolutely, and it's really important for us. And I send out emails to our teams and really encouraging, like, get out of the vehicles and be present. And that's something that we're really trying to do, not only in Roseland but across the whole community. But the officers just have to balance between calls for service that are pending, and unfortunately, right now you see a lot of calls during the summertime. So there's a lot of calls on the board for them to go to. But that's why we're really prioritizing some of the community engagement events that we can do, and we're planning another Tacos with a Cop on Sebastopol Road in the next 6 weeks with it, and we have our national night out coming too, but also just talking to officers about get out in the parks and shopping centers and apartment buildings and things like that and be present. And we've really seen an uptick. We actually track that for that, and I have a thing that I put out, like a monthly activity report about some of the things of activity, and one of the things that we track is community engagement time, because that's just as important to me as going out and doing traffic stops or other important like that. And we have that as one of our 4 operational priorities, is community engagement with it, because I want from every level of the organization to know how important it is.
And before you go, I must also congratulate you. No, not congratulate, but thank you for your position and your leadership in regards to immigration policy and ICE interactions and how we must navigate through those weeds very carefully. But nonetheless, I appreciate the position that you've held and how you've expressed it to the community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As my colleagues have indicated, we are very, very proud to accept this report. Thanks to the OIR group for all the work that you put into it. This process is clearly paying dividends, and thank you to Chief Cregan and the entire group at SRPD for the work that you're doing. The council, the city are very proud of the police force we have here. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And with that, we will conclude this item. And we're gonna mix it up a little bit. Thank you again. Thank you, Michael and Stephen, for traveling out here. Looking at the time, we are going to take our first public comment on non-agenda matters. If there are members of the public here who would like to comment or like to make public comment on items not listed on the agenda, this is the time. And I see we have a few cards submitted already. We'll start with Marianne, Elizabeth, and Clifton. And if you could use both of the podiums or both of the lecterns, we'll keep this moving efficiently. So again, let's start with Marianne, and then we'll move on to Elizabeth and Clifton.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Mary Ann Michaels. I have been a resident of Santa Rosa since 1981, and my current address is 4444 Culebra Avenue. I'm a member of the Religious Society of Friends of Truth. On October 13th, 2024, my monthly meeting approved the following land acknowledgement statement. Redwood Forest Friends Meeting acknowledges that our meeting house and the homes of our members and attenders are on unceded land of the Coast Miwok, Pomo, and Wapo peoples who have lived here for millennia. These lands were taken by settler colonizers in fraudulent and violent ways. We seek ways to promote healing and right relationship with the land and indigenous people. Toward this end, we commit to act as allies to support tribal sovereignty and help redistribute land, power, and resources back to Native communities. I currently reside in Rincon Valley near the confluence of Santa Rosa Creek and Brush Creek, which is the sacred site of the Beta Kamtara village. In keeping with my commitment to act as an ally to Native communities, as stated in the land acknowledgement of Redwood Forest Friends Meeting, I urge you to do all in your power to respectfully recognize the original Pomo people who lived on the land that we now call Flat Rock park by supporting the following 3 requests. First, that the new wording on the plaque uses respectful language. Second, that there is signage maintained by the city that tells the true history of this sacred site. And third, that the name of the park be changed to Beta Kamtara Park. Thank you for your support of these 3 requests.
Thank you for your advocacy. Next, we have Elizabeth, and followed by Clifton.
Is this, I was going to say, does this microphone work? I'm Elizabeth Nealon, and I am here to speak against war. I would have left, my parents grew up in Ontario, Canada. I would have left the United States at age 20, but instead I decided to come to California to fight the Vietnam War, which my older brother was in. When he resigned from the Air Force, they asked him, do you want to sign here to denounce your Canadian citizenship? He said, why would I want to do that? And he's lived in Canada for about 50 years now on an island off the eastern coast. I stayed in the United States to fight the war machine, and I just want to mention that this country is the largest military empire in the history of the planet, and that Israel is our military puppet. And we have given them billions of dollars and lots of free weaponry to persecute the Palestinian people, kill their children, deny them medical services, deny them food. And I just want to end with the fact that I do have 4 sons, and none of them have joined the military, and none of them have become police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Clifton, the floor is yours.
Hi there, my name is Clifton Wilcox. I'm a member of, I'm a resident of the Roseland community. I wanted to bring to you a complaint and an issue that I've had, a consistent nuisance with Matote Food Park. Unfortunately, I've tried to work with them in person, and I've had to tie up some city resources with the police. And actually, as a positive mention, recently worked with Vice Mayor Alvarez, who responded very quickly to my complaint and tried to work with the folks that are operating the Matote Food Park as well. But there's been a consistent nuisance in my neighborhood. I live adjacent to the food park, and for the last 3 months, they've pointed a speaker at my house and played music through it for 10 hours a day. They have also used a gas leaf blower for an hour a day, 7 days a week, to dry off their parking lot. And there's been construction at all hours, including after 11 p.m. And all the way up until 4 o'clock in the morning. As I mentioned, I've attempted to resolve this myself, and I've tied up city resources for this. I did want to make sure that this was noted by the council and by City Manager Smith for future permitting decisions. This has been something that has significantly altered my ability to enjoy my own house. I have to keep my windows closed all day long to be able to not hear this, and oftentimes I can hear it through my closed windows. So my concern really is that they've been offered permits and continue to operate beyond the scope of what the city code says, and I would like for that to be considered the next time their permit is up for review, as they've continued to be sort of a bad actor and a bad neighbor. I've tried to be a good neighbor and tried to discuss this with them in person, and now I've had to come all the way to the city council. So I'd appreciate in the future if you could consider this when approving for future permits.
Thank you, sir. And although we cannot go in a back and forth with you, I assure you that we have not lost sight of your issue.
Absolutely. And thanks, Vice Mayor Alvarez. I'm sure we'll talk in the future.
Absolutely. Catherine Bertolini, followed by Lori.
Greetings, Mayor and council members. My name is Catherine Bertolini Dowdle, and I'm here today with Madeline Waldman of Indivisible Sonoma County. And my original ask that I sent on June 10th was to consider that the City of Santa Rosa not use any contractors like Avello, and specifically Avello, for any city-related business. And since then, Avello has decided to no longer, work in our county. So we have a little bit of time, and our current ask is that that the city not contract, that the city take a stand to not contract with any vendors, any private sector vendors for travel, for any logistics, or for any transportation that are working with ICE. And that hopefully to even put a clause in any RFPs and RFQs to that effect, so that until ICE is following the Constitution and due process under the law and human rights, that the City of Santa Rosa will take a stand, along with like the City of Eureka, who has taken this stand, will not be contracting with those vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lori, and followed by Adina.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Alvarez. Lori actually asked me to go before her.
Very well.
And I'm using the projector. Is it?
It's turned on here.
There we go. Okay. There's somebody that I'd like to thank today in this community, and unfortunately he's not here, but that would be Mr. Dwayne from Roseland, Mr. Dwayne DeWitt, who is an OG here, longtime community activist. And I appreciate him because he's somebody who considers himself to be a white ally. I don't like that word. He is my friend, and he will take the time to sit down in these marginalized communities that we claim to serve and actually listen to what they want and not tell them how to think. So recently we had a huge win. The Kiwanis Club of Santa Rosa went ahead and agreed to reword their plaque that was historically racist, and I know our natives had advocated for that change for years. Vice Mayor Alvarez helped to push it forward, and so I'd like to congratulate them on that. I know that we are discussing right now possibly renaming some parks, and so Mr. DeWitt has written in his articles in the Sonoma Gazette, I believe, about possibly renaming the park Pomo Park or Pomo Preserve, and so I would love to see that happen. We do a land acknowledgement here about stolen lands, but a lot of it is virtue signaling. I would like to tell this story that the City of Santa Rosa made it happen, because what I see is that we had people of every race working together to achieve that goal, and it's a genuine story. It's not a politically driven one. So I applaud Santa Rosa Council for moving this forward, and I hope that we could continue to listen to the voices of our Native American brothers and sisters. God bless you guys, and thank you.
Thank you, Dino.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I think we should acknowledge that honoring Dwayne DeWitt with a picture of his, with a photo on the overhead projector is the most perfect tribute imaginable. Thank you for that, Adina.
Sorry, thank
you. Noted. Lori, followed by Tyler.
Mayor Stapp, City Council members, City Manager Smith, thank you for having us. I'm here to highlight something that needs to be brought to our collective attention. I thank Mayor Stapp, Council members Benuelos, Okrepke, Rogers, for your responses to my messages to you recently. I'm here with a couple, Tay and Anya, and they're in the chambers today. They're recent arrivals invested deeply in Sonoma County, who chose Sonoma County for our natural beauty, affordability, and accountability and community. However, just a scant year after arriving here, they endured a brutal beating in public simply for challenging a racial slur being used among friends late May of this year at a taco truck on Santa Rosa Avenue. A group of young people, teens, were using these racial slurs among themselves, and when it was pointed out to them by the couple that the word was unacceptable, they then turned on the couple, surrounded their small topless car, sports car, then used more racial slurs directed at the couple. A group beating ensued, several on one. Ty was the victim. What has compounded the harm is the response from our community. There does not seem to be an appropriate sense of urgency or accountability or notice, no bystander action to intervene, to stop, to even yell stop, and what is perceived to be slow police response and follow-up. We understand that investigations take time, that T's need to be crossed and I's need to be dotted. And while we need to trust the system, we also get to check. Of note, this signals a youth crisis as well. Can they work with impunity? So the incident is not just an individual incident. It's a pattern of harm to BIPOC people, especially. Our silence and inaction are harmful. Ty and Anya spoke out on the use of a racial slur as casual speech. As an educator myself, I would be compelled to correct teenagers in public as well. Can I be afraid now? I am super sensitive to anti-Asian hate, which means hate to all people. Hateful speech in our community cannot go unaddressed, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Tyler.
My name is Tyler. According to FBI statistics, in nearly all regards for the last 5 years, crime is down, not just in Santa Rosa, but California and nationwide. Yet from 2021 to 2025, the SRPD budget has been increased by $15 million, from $64 million to $79 million, a larger and faster increase than any other department. Leaving out the millions in settlements the SRPD has forced the city to pay out, the SRPD now takes up 36.5% of the whole municipal budget, more than housing and community service, planning and economic development, recreation and parks, transportation and public works, and municipal water combined. So more budget, less crime overall to be solved, and call me naive, but I would expect the police to do their job efficiently with that. But funnily, after more than a third of our tax money goes to the SRPD clearance rate is not published or readily available without a FOIA request. And if it follows the SFPD, the clearance rate is below the national average. But when there is a crime, like a crime where your constituents are called racial slurs and assaulted on camera while just trying to get dinner from a local business, call me an idealist, but with less overall crime and $15 million extra dollars, the last thing I would expect is the SRPD to do everything that they can to drag their feet on this investigation. Your constituents were attacked, and 2 months later, there is not even a report. How can we expect our community to feel safe from crime, to feel empowered to call the police when a crime does occur, and most importantly, know that if they do call, they will be treated with dignity and respect as the victim of a crime? When the SRPD refuses to communicate with victims, drags their feet, and refuses to file a report. And then we have to read the president of the Sonoma NAACP in the Press Democrat that this isn't a first-time issue, and that it's being ignored, and that our taxpayer dollars are paying for it to be swept under the rug. These are my friends, your constituents, our neighbors, invaluable members of our community, and a part of what makes Santa Rosa great. And they have been made to feel unsafe in their community, and due to inaction, feel unwelcome here in Santa Rosa. All while, these are incredibly precarious times, and our communities desperately need to know that you will do something, anything to protect them. So I am begging you, please do something, anything. Thank you.
Or is there anyone else who wishes to speak on non-agenda items tonight? Seeing none, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you for filling in, Vice Mayor. All right, we're going to go on to our public hearings for the evening, starting with item 16.1, our public hearing pertaining to the Santa Rosa Fire Department's annual weed abatement program report. I believe we have Ms. Robbins. Welcome.
Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and council members. My name is Kemplin Robbins, the interim fire marshal, and today I've prepared a public hearing for the fire department's weed abatement program. Each year following the declaration of the start of fire season locally by the Santa Rosa Fire Department, the department will begin inspections ensuring property owners have maintained their parcels in accordance with the city's weed abatement ordinance. This ordinance applies to properties located in the wildland-urban interface, WUI area, developed properties with over half an acre of unimproved land, and undeveloped properties or vacant lots, including those in the fire rebuilding areas. The Fire Department's Prevention Bureau coordinates the weed abatement inspection program throughout the city. There are over 10,000 identified parcels currently on the list. These parcels are inspected throughout the duration of fire season by fire prevention staff. During these inspections, if a parcel is out of compliance, a notice to comply will be sent to the parcel owner, which will include a date for a reinspection. A reinspection is conducted, and if that parcel continues to be out of compliance, a violation notice is sent to the owner with another reinspection date. If the parcel is still out of compliance following the violation notice, the fire department will authorize an approved contractor to abate the property at the property owner's expense. In the 2024 season, 84 parcels were found to be in violation after the reinspection. Of those parcels, 21 required abatement by the fire department, and as of June 30th, 2025, there are 41 parcels which have unpaid balances for fire department related expenses, which include violation notices, additional re-inspections, and the actual physical abatement work. Therefore, it is recommended by the Santa Rosa Fire Department that the council, by resolution, confirm the 2024 itemized report of the fire department of the cost of the weed and rubbish abatement as provided for in sections 9-08.020, 9-08.080, and 9-08.090 of the Santa Rosa City Code. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kemplin. Bringing it back to council for questions. Vice Mayor?
Is there what triggers a violation? The rubbish is pretty much clear, but is there a height of grass? Is there abundance of grass? Is there where the grass is located on the property?
Yes, so depending on the parcel, there can be a certain inches of growth. Typically, we start looking at that at the beginning of the fire season, and then there's a certain amount of time for that to be abated. There's some times where they'll just, depending on the size or the acreage, that they'll just be doing a perimeter, and then there'll be some times that they'll be doing the full parcel.
Anything else? Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, I will now open the public hearing. Are there members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Ms. Carmen, I see you with the microphone first. Go ahead.
Say that I've noticed some areas, I live in Rincon Valley, and they have really abused the opportunity to just let the grass grow, and people couldn't even walk on the sidewalk hardly because it was such a mess. And recently, these things have been addressed. and it's really a relief, particularly because of the fires and just neighborhood-wise, you know, it's just really unpleasant, and kids can't ride their bikes close to it, and you know, all these other problems. And they've also gotten the island, so I'm just saying the city's done a good job very recently with the abatement of the tall grasses.
Thank you, Janice. Mr. Hilber?
Yeah, thank you. Michael Hilber. As someone who used to be sent these notices regularly on an annual basis, sent these notices and inappropriately sent these notices, I'm concerned about what criterion is being used, and I looked over the agenda packet, the documents, and you know, there was a lack of, you know, photographic evidence to support this, these findings. I noticed that one property was on Dow Drive, which is Corby Avenue Auto Row, and it's quite a large property that apparently is vacant. It probably has some scattered weeds and grass, and also just plain dirt, like it's been graded. So, you know, I'm concerned that someone's riding around in an air-conditioned SUV with a high-powered telephoto lens on a digital camera, and as soon as they can take a close-up of a bit of grass that's over 4 inches, they're going to get a violation notice. Now, this property on Dow Drive, it's a big property. It's quite possible that, you know, a little bit of weeds was too high, but I doubt it was, you know, the entire property was left to grow wild. So I'm concerned that the weed abatement ordinances can be used abusively, and you know, just take money from people when it's not appropriate.
Thank you, Michael. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to my colleague, Ms. McDonald, for a motion, and then we can have further discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa confirming the itemized report of the Santa Rosa Fire Department of the cost of removing weeds and or rubbish from upon or in front of certain lots or parcels of land within the City of Santa Rosa.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second by Ms. Rogers. Are there any further comments or discussion on this item from Council? Seeing none, let's go to the vote. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember Fleming absent.
Ms. Robbins, thanks for all the work on this and for the concise presentation.
Thank you.
We will move on to item 16.2, our second public hearing for the evening. This one pertains to the increase in fire permit administration and certified unified program agency fees. And Ms. Robbins, you're with us again.
I am. Again, my name is Kemplin Robbins, Interim Fire Marshal and Coupa Program Manager, and I'm here today to provide a public hearing on the Fire Department's proposed fee increases. It has come to my attention that the presentation was not posted online in advance of this meeting. Hard copies are available at the top of the chambers, and we apologize for any inconvenience. The Santa Rosa Fire Department manages several programs, including fire construction and operational permits, and the Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA program, which oversees the management of hazardous materials and hazardous waste within the city. The cost to administer these programs has increased significantly in the last several years and definitely over the last 20 years. The increases are being proposed for 3 different fee structures today. I'll first discuss the micrographics fee and the technology fee. These fees are assigned to each permit issued in the department to offset the costs of processing permits, storing files and documents associated with permits, as well as evolving technological demands, such as our need to be fully electronic with our inspection programs. Since 2006, these two fees have not increased from 2.5% of the cost of the permits. In order to modernize and maintain these demands, the department is proposing a 1.5% increase to each of the micrographics fee and the technology fee to make the new fee 4% of the total permit amount. There is a graphic on the slide that shows the current fees being at that 2.5% each, the proposed fee being at 1.5%, with the new total being 4% for each of those fees that will be incurred on the total permit. Next, we'll discuss the proposed CUPA permit fee increases as well. During the most recent state-mandated self-audit of the CUPA program that's required by the California Environmental Protection Agency, it was found that the current permit fees established in 2005 no longer cover the cost to run the program. The CUPA program within the state is intended to be fully funded by these permit fees. During the audit, internally, it was determined that a 5% increase to each permit in the CUPA program would fully defray the expense of overseeing and managing the program and still have a minimal impact to the business community. As an example, a small automotive repair shop may store minimal hazardous materials and generate some hazardous waste, so they would be put into two different ranges and levels in our permit program. In this case, they would have 2 operational permits plus the micrographics and technology fees we talked about a little earlier. Currently, that total for this general operating permit that we assign would be $1,441.66 total. With the proposed increases for the micrographics, the technology, and the CUPA permit fees, the new total will be $1,556.28. So that's a difference of $114.62 annually for that overall permit. The fire code operational permits and the required state surcharges that Cal EPA imposes weren't included in this calculation because there is no proposed increases for those. Therefore, it's recommended by the fire department that the council by resolution approve a 1.5% increase in the micrographics fee, a 1.5% increase in the technology fee, and a 5% increase in the CUPA operational permit fees. And with that, that's the end of my presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you again for a very clear and concise presentation. And I'm looking forward to the questions that my colleagues no doubt have on micrographics fee increases. There's no one. It is an important issue nonetheless. Let us open it. Let us open the public hearing. Michael, excellent. I knew that you'd come through. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Michael Hilbert, you know that there was a wrecking yard next to Lola's called Acme Foreign Auto Wreckers. They closed up a year or so ago. Anyway, I want to relate to you that I sort of knew that guy vaguely, the owner of that place. I bought a car from him. But anyway, one of the primary reasons he cited for closing up was the outrageous inspection and permit fees that he was getting hit with by the Santa Rosa Fire Department. And if you look at the fee schedule, the permits for storing hazardous waste are really quite steep, you know, and this fellow is trying to sell salvage auto parts and not a hell of a lot of profit in that. So it's quite understandable that he closed up and terminated his business. Maybe people are happy with that to get rid of the wrecking yards, but I think the hazardous waste fee, it applies to a lot of other businesses besides wrecking yards, and you know, understandably, you know, it's very significant. I see some really high fees for that, depending on how much you store and all that stuff. But I don't think there's a lot of effort being put into keeping these fees in check.
Thank you, Michael. Janice?
Yeah, thank you. Janice Carmen. I'd like to see it at 3%, and I'd also like to hear it when the presenters are presenting something that they give you a fee amount. They gave you the $14.50, but then you have to do the math yourself. So I'm thinking more like 3%, and then they divvy it up however they want to do it. But I want to make a comment right now about micro everything, and that is that there's a lawsuit right now that's going on in the county, and I'm hoping that this lawsuit is going to define some of the technology issues, because we've had a free-for-all internet for all of these years, and the technology for both AI and the drones is very serious and needs good attention, needs a lot of science, and I'm hoping that it'll be the opening for a big conversation related to the technology that has to do with moving forward. And this is another opportunity area I see for Santa Rosa. I hope that you won't go and put a ton of money toward this because you think all of a sudden, oh, that sounds great. But I do think it's an opportunity for Santa Rosa to be first in the technology area. And it's unfortunate that there's a lawsuit, but the other side of this is that it could bring policy, and that would be a good thing. And it might be policy that would be for national appearance and be used in other areas and states as well.
Thank you, Janice. Ms. Flores?
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to ask if these increases with the fire department were included with the budget projections for the upcoming fiscal year, or if this is now being used to offset. And I would just like to echo the statement by Mr. Hilber. I hear him speak frequently at local agency meetings, and I learn a lot from him. My take is that he's somebody who comes to these meetings because he's retired on a fixed income, and so I've looked at the data that he's put together, mostly with the groundwater agencies, but he's done a tremendous job, so I really value what he has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adina. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? And I will close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Mr. Krepke for a motion and a second, and then some additional discussion.
All right, I will move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, increase in fire permit administration and certified unified program agency CUPA fees.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Ms. Rogers. Before we go to the vote, are there any final comments? Ms. Banuelos?
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mayor. Did you mention how long it's been since there has been a fee increase? I think you did, and I just missed the time frame.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, it has been about 20 years since there's been a fee increase. In the last several years, there has been a significant increase in the cost to run the CUPA program. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question. And just a quick follow-on. And again, the purpose of the permit fees is simply to cover the costs of the permitting review, correct?
Correct. So it'll cover the entire program, and that includes file reviews, the inspection process, documents, electronic software, everything that has to go with the program.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from the dais? All right, Madam City Clerk, we can go to the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember Fleming absent.
Thank you, and thank you for 2 good presentations, Kemlin. With that, we will return back to our 2 final report items for the evening. Item 15.2, A report on the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Chapter 1-04 of the City Code entitled Custody and Use of City Seal and Other Official Insignia. I've been looking forward to this one. I believe it is Assistant City Manager Nutt and also Bryce Aston. Welcome to both of you. I am wrapped with attention.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, members of the council. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager, and I'm joined by Bryce Aston. And we are bringing to you an exciting item. And we're going to explain to you why this is exciting and why it's important for us to go through today. The concept that we've got is to look at amending City Code Section 1-04, and it's relating to the custody and use of the seal and other official insignia. But then we're also going to describe for you what we're doing to ensure that our brand, the city's brand, remains intact and it remains in a place that we can make sure that we're not seeing it disappear into other private hands, abused and used. And so that's the goal where we're at. Go ahead, next. So in 1949, the city adopted its official seal. We won't be talking at depth about the official seal, but when it comes to the most official documents the city has, the seal is embossed on those documents. And you can see an image of the seal here. It does show up both as color and as an embossed black and white. And the city code references that the city clerk is fully and wholly responsible for its management, upkeep, and is the only one capable of putting the seal on any specific document. In 2013, there was a concern about the city logo and interest in wanting to ensure that we created some level of trademark, some level of oversight and control over the use of our city logo. And so they found a way of incorporating that logo into the city code by amending Section 1-04. Next slide. We came back, and that was through ordinance number 4008. With that, they began to describe in the city code the specifics of the logo itself. It actually would describe the detail. It's a rose emblem with 3 leaves and the city name, both either stacked or horizontal. And then that replaced the logo that you see there, which was more of the stylistic SR that was sort of in the shape of Santa Rosa Creek. And the idea was to make it more modern, to give us a new feel and to give us a new look moving forward. And the idea that we put it into the city code was the attempt to secure that trademark. Next slide. In 2015, the city team came back to council with an update. And as you start to see the need for these changes, it relates to the changes in technology. That emblem with the Santa Rosa and California on it as a stylized product doesn't always show up cleanly or clearly on your tablet or on your cell phone. It also isn't quite as easy to use from the perspective of some formatted documents, and so they started to look at other formats like the square one that you see here. That is now adopted, and in 2015 was amended into the city code, again, with a large level of detail in an effort to ensure that we maintained the trademark. Now, since that time, there have been some adjustments and amendments, and the challenge we have is because it lives in the city code, it is an ordinance requirement to make an adjustment every time we make the change. So when Santa Rosa Water utilized the blue color for their logos, that was in direct violation of our own code. So we have been working on making updates over the course of time. As we look at the adjustments that we made most recently with the city's website, we began the process of reconstructing and recreating the city's brand image. And with that, this December, as you recall, we launched a brand new website. That website has a different aesthetic to it. It had a different look, a different feel, all with the intent of trying to improve the city's interaction with members of the public, but not just on a computer, but on a tablet as well, and a handheld device, a phone, either Android or Apple. And so far, we feel we've been successful. That new product is working out very well. As we've started to work toward bringing this particular product to you, we did want to make sure that the city attorneys agreed that by shifting or making the adjustment or the amendment to the city code and removing all of the level of detail out of the code, only referencing an adopted brand book, that was still worthy of the trademark type of value. It still allowed us to cite individuals who are inappropriately using our logo with a misdemeanor. It gave us the opportunity to secure that moving forward. We were informed that that in fact was accurate. So what the proposal will be is to remove that level of detail from the city code, make it simpler, but have you by resolution adopt an actual formal brand book. And I'm going to ask Bryce to go through that level of detail and describe for you what the brand book is and get you excited about Santa Rosa.
Absolutely. Let's get into this.
An easy thing to be excited about. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of council, and good afternoon, City Manager Smith. My name is Bryce Aston. I am a community outreach specialist with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office at the City of Santa Rosa. And I'm really glad to be here with all of you today to get you very excited about our new brand book that we will hopefully be adopting. As Assistant City Manager Nutt outlined, the City of Santa Rosa has developed over time several different versions of our logo, several different versions of our branding, and we have been previously guided by the 2015 brand book. However, as the city continues to grow and change, it's really important that our communications and our representation of ourselves to the public continues to adapt and grow with us. And so because of that, we felt it was about high time that we got a new brand book that represented new technology, new look, etc. So just to give a quick overview, in case there's any confusion of what a brand book is and the role it serves in an organization, essentially a brand book provides a set of really comprehensive and clear guidelines and principles on how to use an organization's branding. And so branding includes brand colors, logos, fonts, templates, etc., anything you're going to be using to communicate both internally and with the public. And it's really important to maintain that so you can maintain a sense of professionalism and continuity across all communications, both internally and externally on an organization. So with the 2025 City of Santa Rosa brand book that we're proposing, along with new specifications aligned to the new City of Santa Rosa website, we will also have specific use cases for formal and informal city and departmental logos. This is very important. We really didn't have much of that in the 2015 brand book, and it would be nice to have that clarity for both ourselves and for all other staff members. We will also have specific design recommendations to ensure consistency and professionalism and legibility in all city outreach and communications. And we'll have expanded guidelines on adhering to graphic design best practices and ADA recommendations, also really another important aspect to maintain accessibility of all communications for the City of Santa Rosa for all people. So why is it important that the City of Santa Rosa have a brand book? You may be wondering. I think it's really important to adopt our brand book for a number of reasons, but above all, ensuring consistency in imagery and messaging really conveys a sense of professionalism and continuity across all city communications. And I believe this is really key to building a sense of reliability within the community we serve. When we adhere strictly to these consistent guidelines, residents can see that we approach our work and our service to the community with the seriousness, care, and attention to detail that they really deserve. Beyond that, just practically continuing to maintain and build upon our already recognizable branding as the City of Santa Rosa also ensures that residents can easily identify trustworthy, reliable communications from the City of Santa Rosa. So when residents are downtown and they see a poster for an event, when they see a truck with a logo on it, when they get a letter in the mail from the City of Santa Rosa, they understand that those are communications directly from official City of Santa Rosa channels, and there's no confusion about any of that. So that's really important, obviously. And then additionally, consistent branding guidelines outlined thoroughly in the brand book will help our staff across departments really streamline their workflow and the process of developing outreach materials and other city communications. You know, it's really easy to just look in the brand book and know how you can use templates, how you can use logos, et cetera. You don't have to have any confusion about that. And likewise, that will help with working with outside contractors outside the city. We can just send them the brand book and say, please adhere to these guidelines and principles in order to maintain our standards when you're working with us. So as we present this brand book to you for hopeful adoption, I'd like to outline some of the highlights of what we have in this brand book for you all. I already touched on most of them. I'll just go over them really briefly. So as previously mentioned, one of the biggest impetus for this process was the relaunch of the city website in December of 2024. The 2025 brand book will have an updated color palette for city design and outreach materials that includes the new, slightly tweaked main logo colors and accent colors that are featured on the website. So again, that's just really maintaining that consistency across all City of Santa Rosa communications so that what we have online and what we have out in public printed will all look the same, maintain that professionalism. Additionally, we wanted to make sure this resource provides clarity and guidance for staff across departments and recognize that there has previously been some confusion about where to use what. So logos, what logo do I use? There's about 1 million of them. When can I use it? And so it's really helpful to have those best use cases for all logo types, really specific ones. So hopefully that will remove that confusion in the future. Oops. We also took a closer look at accessibility and design, as I mentioned, when we were developing this brand book. So one of the ways in which we did that was updating our list of official city logos to include ADA compliant ADA compliant fonts. So we want to make sure that we have those on our list of official city fonts. And then we also outlined really specific use cases for all city fonts as well. And then finally, we updated our brand book guidance on ADA compliance and design, just the overall general guidance, and I think that this is really important. Where our previous guidance was incomplete and at this point outdated because it had been written several years ago, our new official guidance in the brand book is that all city outreach materials and design materials, communications should align with all city ADA policy, risk management guidance, and ADA graphic design best practices as outlined on a number of federal and state ADA websites. This really provides a lot of flexibility in the future because ADA compliance and ADA recommendations are shifting quite often as technology changes and as understanding of what makes something accessible changes. And so having that flexibility to send staff resources and say, these are our recommendations, this is what you should work with, would be really helpful in the future. And that's about it for the highlights. Gripping, I know. Thank you all for this opportunity to present the brand book to council. I just wanted to say that my entire team worked with me to put this together to build a really robust resource for our staff and for our community. And we think it's really important to serving our community that we continue to develop reliability and trust for the City of Santa Rosa by paying attention to these admittedly very small details. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. That was a perfect ending, Bryce. All right, bringing it back to council for all the questions.
Thank you.
Fine, I'm going to ask a question then. So as I was paging through the brand book this weekend, like all of my colleagues, I noticed on page 11, when you got into the department-specific logos, that we're mixing serif and sans serif fonts. Does that say City of Tomorrow? Is anybody else bothered by this?
It is.
It's not hard like the old days.
I guess I'm partially asking that rhetorically because it has been explained to me bluntly by friends and colleagues that nobody else wants to talk about this, but I will persist. Mr. Okrepke.
All right, I'll venture to have a relevant question. We last changed our logo in 2013, and it looks like there's been a lot of efforts to sort of standardize everything that we use, including the palette, with such great colors as mustard, light, and zing, which remind me of the appliances my parents had growing up. In general marketing and design theory, when is it an appropriate time to rebrand something or attempt to rebrand something?
That's a great question. Many brands have tried and failed to find the answer to that. They've done it at varying levels of success. I think that a rebrand generally involves a lot of really fundamental change to an organization. So I would say that probably the city of Santa Rosa is not at that point yet.
Yeah, I mean, if I think about other municipal organizations and how often they change their brand types, it doesn't happen often. Let's just be blunt. I mean, you try to establish a standard logo, a standard look, and a standard feel, and that's sort of what you want to live with over a period of time. I think to Bryce's point, if there is a large formatted fundamental change in an organization, then we can contemplate and look at how we might make an adjustment in what we are presenting ourselves at. I want to say that this is coming out of the Great Recession, and the city managers at the time were trying to identify how we could reimagine who we were coming out of that space. So, in that case, that was a fairly substantial time in history, and in the view of those city managers, it was an appropriate action to evaluate.
I appreciate that, but I would also point out that there are many marketing and CEO geniuses that thought New Coke and Crystal Pepsi were appropriate at the time, and I just disagree. So I think possibly it may be time to look at a rebrand down the line. I know we have limited resources now, but I do appreciate your efforts to standardize everything as is needed to protect our brand and to not have it be compromised.
The brand book is great and it's necessary. And my colleague, or our colleague, Ms. McDonald, I think is going to demonstrate her level of emotional support by departing at this moment. So with that, actually, are there additional questions? I'm guessing the answer is no. Let's open up the public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the brand book for the city of Santa Rosa? That is disappointing also. That's an important point. Thank you for that. Let's bring it back to council for a motion in a second. Ms. Rogers. Or we'll close public comment, seeing none. Ms. Rogers. Or Ms. Banuelos, apologies, I read the wrong line. Ms. Banuelos, the honor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to introduce the ordinance entitled Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending section 1-04, .020 of the Santa Rosa City Code and waive any reading of further text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. I'm assuming, Ms. Rogers, please.
Guido stole mine, but I do want to say yes, and you did not even go to the lectern to give your public comment. But I do want to say that it looks beautiful, and I pass it all the time, and it gives me a certain amount of pride when I see it. So we need those around more. So it's just the rose, but it's like embedded in the concrete. It looks great. I love it. If you haven't seen it, please go by the Hearn overpass and check it out.
They're also incorporating those into the redo of the Mendocino overcrossing as well. So I think it's more of a general effort throughout the entirety of Santa Rosa to do that.
We love our roses and we love our city. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember Fleming absent.
Jason and Bryce, thanks for all the work on this one. Good presentation.
Mayor, if I could, there
Please.
was a second part to that, please, which is the adoption of a resolution.
Apologies. Ms. Banuelos.
All right. I move to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the 2025 brand book, and waive any further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes with Councilmember Fleming absent.
Thank you again. And with that, we'll move on to item 15.3, our report on city asset naming and renaming. And Assistant City Manager Nutt, I think we still have you presenting.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt, you're stuck with me for one more. Just let me get this loaded up. All right, thank you for putting up with me one more time. This is going to be a little more engaging because we're going to be talking about city assets and the naming and renaming policy. There's a little bit of a history to this, and so I'm going to start off with a little bit of a purpose statement. I'm not going to read this, but the bottom line is right now the city does not have a comprehensive policy that identifies or provides guidance to the city council, or the community on how a city asset could be named or renamed, and when it's appropriate to do so. And because of an interest from members of the community, interest from members of the council, interest from other staff members here, we felt it was the right time to start to develop a policy that would help us move forward with different evaluations that could result in renaming or naming. From a background perspective, as I mentioned, there's been a number of interested requests over the course of at least the last decade that I've been here, and I'm sure well beyond that. The only policy that we currently have is policy 00-25, titled Park Naming Policy and Procedure. If you've read through that, it's not a bad policy. It's very simple, but it leaves a lot to the imagination as far as how we would take care of more complex requests. And it doesn't go beyond parks or recreational facilities. And so the Park and Rec team has actually been working on this for the last couple of years. It really came about when we were renaming Creekside Open Space to Mary Traverso Open Space, and it was highlighted at that point. The process for that renaming was very complex and it wasn't clearly outlined. So the Recreation and Parks team has for the last several years begun to conduct a series of evaluations. They've been looking at other policies around the country, trying to come up with the most reasonable and appropriate approach for us moving forward. And so I was lucky enough when I took on this assignment to stand on their greatness and utilize a lot of the background and information that they came up with, and you'll see that incorporated through here. That policy that we have in place was originally adopted in 1989. It's been amended 3 times, and even though it's been amended, it has yet to really come into enough detail to help us, and that's why we were looking to do it again. As I started drafting this policy, I circulated it to each of the departments, gained some feedback. Here's some of the aspects that the departments asked me to consider. From a street naming perspective, some cities and municipalities around the state have actually incorporated how new streets are named into their asset naming and renaming. In working with planning and economic development, we determined that we already have a process that we've been very comfortable comfortable and happy with. So you'll see that that's actually excluded from the document that we're asking you to adopt today. But it does give us other opportunities to look at how we would rename those city streets, or how we would establish something like a ceremonial street name. When it comes to the recreation and park side of things, as I said, a lot of work was done by the team, and I'm very thankful for the efforts that they put into it. There are a couple of other aspects. Not that we have a request to look at what a themed asset might look like, but there could be. There could be that shift as we look to enhance some of our parks where we think this falls under a themed asset concept. And I wanted us to have a framework set up so that if we had a request to name that particular park or that asset after something specific, the framework was there for us. And then when I start talking a little further, there really is some level of priority on this. City assets, some are named for a particular purpose, and we don't really want to encourage the constant renaming of city assets. We think that there should be some level of conscious approach to evaluating requests as they come forward. And so you'll see we've incorporated a number of steps for the community, for the boards and commissions, and for council to really strongly weigh each of the criteria and the requests that come forward to ensure that this is the way we want to move forward. And then as we were working through the final portions of this, and in light of some of the activities that have occurred over the last 5 years, the City Attorney's Office really identified a great point in here that we really should have a portion of this policy that gives council the authority to remove a name. And we'll talk more detail about what that means, but that was absent from several of the policy examples that I've looked at, and it made sense once the Attorney's Office and I had this discussion as to why we might want to include that. So the policy is outlined in 9 different sections. I'm going to very quickly go through each of these to explain what that section is about and why. The first is the definitions. It has a number of definitions to it. I'm highlighting only a few just so that I can set the stage on what it is we're trying to accomplish. When we're talking about city assets, it's recreation facilities, it's city-owned facilities, the buildings that we have, it's streets, it's parks, and it's ancillary components of each of those. And you'll see that when we talk about the city facility, it goes into a little bit more depth. It could be our library, it could be a room within the library. I'm going to use the term ceremonial at some point. This is not an official name change. This is a name change for the benefit of recognizing an individual where we are not establishing, for example, a ceremonial street name isn't going to change the post office or mailing address of that business. It's to provide some contextual indication for what those people, individual, or events provided our community that we want to honor. Memorials and plaques. Right now, we have a standards policy that we are not allowing, we prohibit memorials. We don't actually have any documentation that says why. We don't have any process that gives folks an opportunity to come forward if they feel they've got a reason for wanting a memorial. And so this gives us a tool to be able to make those evaluations and for the public to understand what it would take for them to bring forward a request. When we talk about parks, parks is a generalized term, but the Recreation and Parks Department wanted me to make sure that I emphasize it is all of our activity areas. It's open space, it's trails, it's plazas like Jeju Way, it's neighborhood parks and community parks in our open space. And then from a recreation facility, it could be the gazebo at Southwest Community Park to Finley Community Center to the aquatics pad over here across the street at Prince Gateway Park. So I just wanted to set the stage so that when we use these terms, you understand what I'm referencing. So from a general naming criteria, these are the key major ways with which we believe that names should be evaluated or considered when it comes to a naming or a renaming. Location obviously is the one we would generally look at as the priority. It's the one that we think makes the most sense. You're honoring a particular location, you're honoring the environment, you're honoring a space in your community. When we think about significant events, people, or places, it's for a specific landmark. The Sonoma County Museum, there may be a specific landmark because it's the original post office. Or it's an event-oriented type of activity that we want to reference for that specific space because it had history. Outstanding individuals is another where we want to reference an individual who, in this case, individuals must be deceased in order to be considered for naming. But these are folks that have contributed substantially to our community, and we want to make sure that we honor them in certain ways. Mary Traverso Open Space was one of those we did recently, and the reason why we're embedded in that conversation. Major donations. From a major donation perspective, the idea is if you have the person family who donated the person's senior wing, they donated a significant amount of money for the benefit of our community to support the well-being of seniors in our population, and we wanted to honor that family by making that building reference the family donation that was provided to us. And so we've created an area or criteria associated with that. I mentioned theme assets. And then the last one is one that, I threw a placeholder in there. I felt it was important for us to at least put the concept out on the table, which is one of naming rights. If there is a facility that we want to sell naming rights to for whatever purpose or reason, there's now a statement in there that the council is, one, open to it, and that there is a generalized process. There's no detail on that process, but it says you will establish an agreement with the council for that benefit. From a provisions perspective, and this really says you've got the criteria, and now what are you doing with that criteria? How are you evaluating and determining whether or not that criteria is worth further evaluation? And so there are 8 general naming provisions, talking about historical, cultural, talking about the location and history of the asset, general broad public support. And then even though I talked about naming rights before, the idea is there's no commercialization of a particular asset. That's not the intent of our naming policy and program. As I mentioned, the idea is that there's a standardized process now for moving these types of requests through. And I identified 5 different boards and commissions that would support the council's evaluation process. I've identified specific types of facilities that we may be naming or renaming, and which board I thought was the most reasonable to do the initial evaluation process. And in talking with the executive team here at the city, it seemed reasonable and appropriate to them as well. Now, from a process perspective, we did create an application, and we will require that all naming requests come forward with an application. I've created a draft. That draft was attached to the council packet. That is a draft form. We will continue to work on trying to ensure that that encompasses all of the data that we need to collect to ensure that that application is acceptable. Within that application, there's going to be justification letters. It's going to be letters of support. It's going to be documentation. It's the description of why that particular name best fits that asset. And then there's the process of justification, which is petitions. We require a petition for each application. And in many cases, we're going to want to see 1,000 residents sign, with 50% of those residents immediately adjacent to the assets that's being named. It's important for public buy-in. I mentioned that on the priorities. It's important to make sure that the public agrees with the process that we're looking at, agrees with the naming, and so that's how we get into the queue for evaluation purposes. Now, I'm just going to say that 1,000 residents is a number where we kind of best fit. When we looked at policies across the state, they range from 500 signatories to over 1,500 signatories. So our thought was we're going to balance in the middle, and if council would like us to evaluate a different number relating to that, I'm happy to consider that and incorporate that in as part of the final draft of this. When we go through the review and approval process, as I said, this shouldn't be an easy thing to rename. I'm sorry, it needs process, it needs evaluation, it needs to make sure that the work that the community is doing to justify is validated by the community and by the policymakers. And so those committees that I showed previously would take the first 3 steps in this. And in those steps, it's the petition application, it's the initial evaluation of what the request is, then it's the board and commission asking staff to work with the applicant to further justify and identify whether there are other petitioners for that specific or similar asset. And then it's bringing back a series of conversations and final decision making to that board and commission that would then be recommended to the city council for final evaluation. In each of these cases, public outreach must ensue. And for example, on Mary Traverso, open space, in addition to the Board of Community Service meetings, we also had public meetings out in the community to further discuss that in an effort to try to gain public support and ensure that this was the right path and direction for that process. In the end, the cost, if it's approved by council, the cost is of renaming that is to be borne by the applicant proponent, which means any signage would need to come at the cost of those applicants. It's intended to ensure that these are serious proposals, that we are all bought into this, not just from the policymaker, but from the community that's really advocating on their behalf. Now, built into the policy, there's also the ability for the city manager to consolidate some of these activities, in particular, consolidate steps 2 and 3 and consolidate steps 4 and 5, depending upon whether or not there are other alternatives or other petitioners for that same asset. If there aren't any, then the city manager can authorize that those 2 processes shrink to 1 less meeting each. I mentioned ceremonial street naming, and I'm going to spend a couple of slides talking about this. There are several cities that have started to adopt this. As I mentioned, this is not an official name change. This is a temporary naming of a street. The official address will remain the same. It will always be Santa Rosa Avenue, even if there was interest in honoring an individual event or time in history for a ceremonial street name. 100 Santa Rosa Avenue will continue to be the mailing address for this piece of property, even though we might have a different honorary name to go with that stretch of street. There's a series of criteria here relating to the individual philanthropic organization or significant event or landmark on how that would be incorporated. These are not dissimilar from the original criteria that I mentioned at the beginning of this in section 3, but there are provisions that need to come with this. For honorary street naming, we want to make sure that the community that lives on that street has the loudest voice in either its approval or the voice saying we don't support this particular request. And so only a member of that street or a property or resident on that street, a community group that operates from that street, or a council member can bring forward these types of applications. This is not dissimilar from other communities that have this type of ceremonial street naming process, and so this wasn't something I made up. This is fairly common for those other communities as well. This application would be vetted originally by the city manager and then come to the city council for consideration. It would not go through one of the boards and commissions, so it would have a different path along its way. There is a protest potential for this particular process, which is 20% of those impacted residents. As I mentioned, it's the folks who live on that street that need to be given a higher weight of voice. And then it's a matter of how we would address the time frame on the ceremonial street naming for that. We're identifying a 10-year time frame, and that the applicant would be paying for the installation of the commemorative signage. And you can see in the example of one of the cities that has this policy and how they are demonstrating that in their community. Section 8, as I mentioned, is the memorial recognition. This really does say if someone wants to create a true memorial, that they'll need to come to council to make that request. We will be in essence prohibiting additional memorials in this community. Memorials include not just memorials such as the Veterans Memorial that exists outside these doors, but also memorials within parks in dedication of a particular individual who is deceased. These are very difficult for the city to manage, maintain, and to ensure they stay in good condition. It is a challenge that several years ago, from an organizational perspective, we decided that we were going to cease offering these. And so we've incorporated it here as part of the policy. Should there be an interest in allowing a particular memorial through the course of the application, as you can see, we're referencing Section 3. These are the criteria that are established as to what constitutes a naming for a particular location, and we believe that would be consistent for a memorial. These applications would only be considered by the City Council and not one of the boards or commissions. And then lastly was the removal of a name. There have been points in time in our history, in our recent history, where information comes to light about a particular individual who may have been honored, or a corporation or a nonprofit that is no longer appealing for the city for political or other reasons. And this allows the council to bypass the other processes to remove those names with a little bit of expediency. It doesn't necessarily establish a renaming process, other than council can remove a name and insert something temporarily in its place while we go through a permanent renaming program. But we felt this was important to incorporate because it was unclear without it how council might make a request of the city manager or others to conduct an evaluation for removing a name of something that we no longer are wanting to support from a naming perspective. So with that, it's recommended by the city manager's office that council by resolution adopt council policy entitled City Asset Naming and Renaming and rescind policy 000-25 titled Park Naming Policy and Procedure. And I am here to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. There was a lot of work that went into this, and certainly a lot of discussion in the community in recent years about this, so it is good that we are finally evaluating this. I'll turn it to council for questions. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. So one thing that popped up for me, Assistant City Manager, was Cancer Survivors Park. Would that be an example of us calling it something else?
From a historical perspective, it would not warrant us to go and do something unless council believes that there is a significant reason why we would want to undo that name. Council could initiate a solicitation for alternative naming and go and have that process work through here. But there was a rhyme and a reason as to why that park was named that way, and we would want to go back and do evaluation and vetting of how that name came to be. But it was based on a donation labeled and named as Cancer Survivors Park.
Okay. And then also 3.1, number 4, the major donations. They still have to go through the entire process, correct?
That's correct. And actually, I'll just say I had an extensive conversation with the city attorney's office over this specific issue. There are individuals that we would be unwilling to accept a donation for, or maybe we're willing to accept it, but we are not willing to provide them naming. We're not willing to put their name on it. And so this forces even those individuals to go through the process to ensure that the community agrees with their name being placed on that facility or that city asset, even if they provide us funding to construct. I won't go through the examples that I discussed with the city attorney's office, but you can envision some fairly egregious individuals, for example, that don't have community, that are not likely to have community support but have lots of money, that would be interested in having their name adorned on something they build for us because they can afford to pay for it. That would not be necessarily in the best interest of the city to see their name there.
If I can afford to give you $1 million to go towards something, I'm sure I can afford to buy 1,000 signatures. I'm just saying. But that is one that I really don't care for necessarily, especially if they have to go through the process anyway. And I'll say for me, it's because I feel like people shouldn't be able to just, it's like almost bribing or buying something from us. I'm fine with taking money. Don't get me wrong on that one. But just, I'm going to give you this, but you have to do this. It just reminds me of the have and the have-nots. And it just doesn't sit well with me. But that will be all my comments. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Kripke?
Yeah, just one quick clarifying question. First of all, I thanks for this presentation. As the mayor said, I understand a lot of work went into this over a long period of time. When it comes to the ceremonial street naming, you said earlier in the presentation they have to be dead. Under this new proposal, is that still the case, or is that revised within the new proposal?
So the ceremonial street naming does require that the individuals being honored comply with the outstanding individuals component of the criteria.
Which is
deceased greater than 3 years. I think it's one we adjusted at some point. Give me just a moment. Actually, we said deceased greater than 5 years. And so for a ceremonial street naming, that would require an individual to comply with that if it's to be named after an individual.
Okay, and sorry to go backwards. Does that apply for all naming as well, or just ceremonial street naming?
That would apply for all naming if we're going to honor permanently an individual, specific individual that falls under that particular criteria of outstanding individual.
Okay.
There are just two different mechanisms for honoring an individual. One is a permanent recognition, one is a temporary recognition. It's more of an honorarium.
But both have to have the, okay, so I think I would want to have, I can come back for comments, but I do have concerns about that portion of it.
Okay.
Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say this is great. I'm glad and thank you for working on this process, because you're absolutely right. We get requests all the time, and now we'll have some kind of a structured process that we can help our constituents with, right, to walk them through the process. Having said that, there's a lot of different levels here, which I think is good in many ways, but also a little overwhelming. I know I would be like, okay, what does this fall into, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. The other thing I'm wondering about, the petition, and then the 1,000 signatures. This is the general under the general, and then cost to the applicant. That I understand, because yeah, mail and all of those things have to be considered, but I think it precludes, I don't know, regular folks, working class folks from bringing forth a change, or not necessarily even a change, but something new, something that may not even have a name but could use a name. I would be really concerned about that, because would we even have an idea of what that cost would be, since it could, so many things could be affected by that change, or that entity being named?
Councilmember, I'll say that varies depending upon the location. For example, from a public safety response perspective, all of our park signs are now have to be internally or have to be illuminated, and generally we're starting to put them in more durable materials than we have in the past. So there is a higher cost associated with renaming those spaces. Now, there may only be one sign for those particular parks, which reduces the cost, but with some there may be multiple points of access, and each of those points would need to have the name adjusted or changed. From a street name perspective or renaming, depends on the length of the stretch. If we're talking a mile, you could have almost 20 to 50 signs that need to be replaced to demonstrate that new street name if we officially changed the name. And so wanting to make sure that we were able to manage the cost to the city and the organization. Again, this is a draft policy. If council chooses to direct us to go a different way, you know, that's the prerogative of the council. But I think the reason we've incorporated it this way is it's not uncommon for other municipalities to require that the applicants that they put that kind of teeth in the game for wanting to see the name change to fit with their interests.
So I'm thinking, like, for example, in my district, there's a whole section named after presidents, right? You know what I'm talking about, Madison and Polk and all the presidents, but they're all the old presidents, just by the way. So I could see someone saying, well, you know, I want to rename my street Obama, or I want to rename my, you know, I mean, but they wouldn't be able to because of the costs. So, I mean, that's just one thing that comes to mind. The other thing I'm wondering about is what Councilmember Rogers was talking about, the donation. I know there are many organizations that do that. If you make a big donation, I can think of a couple that I'm associated with that have that practice. And that's another thing that has always bothered me as far as working class folks, again, that having that opportunity, they wouldn't be able to, because they would never be able to match what the Schultz can do or any of those folks who are wonderful. But, you know, you don't get a library named after you unless you have a lot of money. So I'm just thinking about that, just the disparity between what Councilmember Rogers said, the haves and have-nots. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that council members could bring forth something. Great. Would we also have to pay for it? You know, or if our constituents came to us and said, could you do this for us because we can't afford it? You know, so there's kind of just a lot of different things that are coming to mind with the way the policy is presented right now.
And so from the perspective of the major donations, I certainly understand the concept of the have and have-nots. I will say that we have many assets in this organization right now that are at the benefit. We benefited from substantial donors, and we're honoring them by having their names on there, whether it's Doyle Park or whether it's Finley Community Center or Person Senior Wing, and there are many others out there. I do understand that it may give the appearance that it separates those individuals with money from those that do not. This particular policy allows for anyone's name to be honored on a city facility. It doesn't only relate to those individuals that can afford to pay for the facility itself. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, it's clear that the attempt was not to completely isolate the ability for us to name something for someone who has the fiscal means, but instead it's really wanting to appreciate those individuals that do spend money in our community that way, to give council the opportunity to say thank you for that donation. Again, to the conversation earlier, even someone who makes a major donation must go through this process and get approvals to have their name placed on that. I'm not sure that's the way it has always been. But I didn't feel that there was a benefit for shortcutting those individuals over others. So they have to follow the same process. There's just a category that says, we would really like to consider this as a potential.
And just to say, I agree. I mean, when someone comes along and they offer a huge donation, that makes it possible to build something that has to be rewarded in some way. I get that. I'm just saying that it might discourage others from even putting a suggestion in. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
So, sorry. If they're going to have to go through the process anyway, it doesn't matter that they made the donation. Like, thank you. But when we're looking at outstanding individuals and we're saying that there will be some individuals that even if they made a donation, we would not allow them to put their name on something, to me, they have to go through the process anyway. Giving a substantial amount of money to a community center or something that's going to give to our kids for many generations to come, that's a big deal. But then that also makes them an outstanding individual, and that also can go, it like falls into different categories.
And council member, I'd say, but not necessarily. A major donation doesn't necessarily require the same level of, it's not the same criteria as the outstanding individual. And so, for example, the Finley family is donating this. It's not the particular, it may not be the particular individual, and then they have to follow, that person's been deceased 5 years. They've substantially provided for this community. They've been outstanding in all of these ways. It could be that this is a pillar family in the community that's still here, that is donating the money, and it's our intent from a city perspective to honor that donation by naming that facility after the family name, or or the individual or the nonprofit.
So a family, obviously the whole family is not going to be deceased. A family that is currently living can have something named after them. And then if something happens within that family, or an individual disgrace the name of that family, then we would take their name off of the building?
So if the donation is in the name of an individual, that individual needs to comply with the outstanding individual's criteria. If it's a family name or a nonprofit, it does not need to comply with that particular section.
Okay. I mean, I still don't like it, but okay. I hear you.
And again, you're seeing a draft. If there's, even though I'm asking you to adopt this, if there's a particular adjustment or amendment, I'm happy to evaluate that.
So if we're looking at 3.13, would it be too far-fetching to say outstanding individuals and or families?
I don't think it would be. However, the criteria here does require that person being honored is deceased greater than 5 years.
So then again, a family name can only go on something if they have a lot of money. So then that goes back to the have and the have-nots. I don't want to get into the weeds, but I'm just saying it still goes back to the have and the have-nots. There's no way you can put a family name on something unless you have a lot of money, is what this policy is saying.
If I could relate this to Mary Traverso Open Space, the family that made that recommendation could have just said Traverso Open Space in honor of Mary.
Let me interrupt for a second here, just because I sense that we might be going down a rabbit hole. I'm sensing concerns from colleagues. This is going to be tough to wordsmith on the dais here. So is it more efficient for us to potentially not approve this tonight and take this back to a more informal discussion, 2x2, something like that, to gather more feedback from council? I'm looking for some head nodding. Vice Mayor?
Jason, you're requesting to create a draft, is what?
No, I presented you with a draft, and I'm asking you to adopt that draft as a permanent policy.
And my colleagues, or some of my colleagues, are saying the haves and have-nots is really an outstanding issue. And our mayor is suggesting that we have a 2x2 conversation. Yeah.
It's sounding like we need some more discussion offline. Mr. Kripke?
Yeah, I just want to say I think the structure of this is great, right? I think what you have sort of laid out as a framework is great. What I think my concern is, and what I'm hearing from my colleagues, is that there is some input that needs to be had on certain items, whether it be large donations, families versus individuals, what the costs, how those are borne out, deceased 5 years or not. I mean, I think Obama was a perfect example of that. I don't think we should have to wait to see if he does anything more. I think he's worthy of it now. That's just me, though. So I think to that end, while the framework is great, I think it might be more productive for us to have our 2x2 discussions to fine tune and because give you more direct feedback than you could aggregate than doing it right here over the next hour. Because that's what it's going to, in my opinion, I think it's going to end up being like an hour of us trying to figure this out. Plus we have two colleagues that aren't here.
That's fine. I mean, I'm happy to take the feedback that I've received so far and create a focused discussion in some follow-up meetings.
Looking at my colleagues, are we in agreement on that? All right, let's proceed in that manner. I will echo what Mr. Kripke just said. This is an excellent first draft. I like the issues you're raising. I like the process, the general process that you're putting into place. And I think with some offline discussion, we can tweak this a little bit. To that end, if there are no additional questions, let's go to public comment right now, and we'll start with Trustee Jeremy De La Torre, and then Joe Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's very refreshing to be on this side of the podium for a change. This is a very emotional and near and dear discussion for me. Timothy Russell Gillespie sacrificed his life June 24th, 2018, obstructing a lone gunman with multiple loaded firearms and a bag of explosives with the intent of murdering his estranged wife, his son, his daughter-in-law, and his grandchildren on Garfield Park in Rincon Valley in 2018. He was posthumously honored by the Santa Rosa Police Department with a newly appointed civilian Medal of Courage that was presented to his widow and his sons the following year at one of their PAL football games. I asked in 2019 how to rename a park in honor of this man, who I memorialized with a tattoo on my right forearm, so every person's hand I shake, I have him with me. And I've been going through this process for the last 6 years, and my request has not been denied or approved, but it has been presented with challenges due to the former policy being as vague as it was and not having appropriate structure. Now, for the applicant to be solely responsible for the cost, that then makes my consideration obsolete. I cannot no longer be a part of that conversation. Nothing is more substantial and significant than the sacrifice of this man's life. When the park I would like to rename is Oak Lake Park in Rincon Valley. It has 3 entrances. Tim took his last breath 15 yards from where this sign is, and it's the same sign that has been at that park for 61 years. And I offered to provide the cost of the same sign if it was renamed. I was told that if it was renamed, then I would have to be responsible for $90,000 in fees for 2 illuminated signs due to new safety protocols on parks. When I started this 6 years ago, it still got the same wooden, dilapidated, flaking painted sign. I could do that, no problem, with the volunteers I have involved. But I cannot pay for electricians and new illuminated signs, and that shouldn't be in consideration to rename a park in honor of this man. So all I ask is we consider this policy and we consider working out the kinks of how to make this progress, is that my initial request does not get swept under the rug and rescinded, and I have to start that process all over again. I've sent you all information that you could read through on why this has been presented and why it's important and what I've done thus far to request it, and I'd like to continue to be a part of that process as a community member, but we should be able to honor a man's life who sacrificed to save so many without writing an exorbitant amount of a check. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Joe?
Council for redoing this draft, because I've been meeting with the city council for some years now about renaming parks and other assets for the city to recognize our tribal people, the indigenous people of this land. We have nothing to represent our people except Elsion High School. We've got a river named after Russians, everything, all these parks named after colonizers, nothing for our people. When's the city of Santa Rosa going to take initiative to do this on their own without us, me as an individual, to say, hey, you need to change this sign. Hey, can you represent our people for this? Can the indigenous people be recognized? I'm glad that this will finally happen. When I met with John Santos, I was telling her I wanted to name a park after Betty Otterberry, who's CEO for Indian Health Project and was also tribal chairwoman for Dry Creek for some years. She's not right at this moment, but she was. She deserves to be honored. She's done a lot for Sonoma County and the people and our native people. But I was told that I have to wait till after she dies to honor her or name something after her. What good is it to really honor our people if they're dead and gone after you want to show them that you're honoring them? I mean, it'd be nice to honor a lot of our people, my ancestors that have gone out, and I'm talking about basket weavers, spiritual leaders, many of our native people that are recognized through UC Berkeley, but not recognized through Santa Rosa, not recognized through Sonoma County, but they're recognized through UC Berkeley for the things that they've done for this area. And now it's good to see this, but also, like even I wanted to do Flat Rock Park of renaming it Bitcontera Park. Do I got 1,000 natives that live in anywhere near that neighborhood? Not at all. I'd be lucky to get 1,000 signatures to have those people support my native people. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, I don't know. But that whole 1,000 signatures for some areas that was at one time and documented by UC Berkeley to be an ancestral village, can that be recognized? And it's not just about getting recognition for the indigenous people. It's about making that self-awareness, self-identity, self-pride for our indigenous youth, but also our youth coming up here in the future to help educate them. If you love Santa Rosa, you love Sonoma County, this is the history of where you're from. Have some pride of being where you're from. And I think that, to me, it's a big thing to me, is to making that honor, making that pride for our youth, because I've seen fentanyl take a lot of our kids, and I feel like and gangs, and I feel like I know that the reason why a lot of that is because of self-pride, self-awareness, self-worth. I didn't have that. That's the reason why I got involved in that stuff when I was younger. So what can I do to fix that? What can I do to make things better? And again, I am part of the working class. I wouldn't be able to afford to do any of these things. But I can easily sit back on my couch and say, what can I do to make Santa Rosa better? What can I do to make Sonoma County better? And not do nothing and say, oh yeah, we should do this, this, and this. No, I come here after work. I was supposed to do dance practice tonight, but I'm not. It's important to us and it should be here, and I shouldn't have to be here to say these things. But again, you know, the 1,000 people living there, being dead, paying for the renaming, these are initiatives that I feel the city should be taking care of for stuff that should have been done a long time ago. And I got a whole list of basket weavers, spiritual leaders, and cultural leaders, tribal leaders that if you guys are looking for names that should be recognized and should be honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak? Gregory.
Thank you, Joe. Santa Rosa City Council has sold off Santa Rosa parks and other facilities for your entire existence. We have parks named after people with money. You can't have a park named after you unless you've got money. I'm a veteran of a battle that took place 7 or 8 years ago in which a park you had to name was given to the guy who donated the land for the park because his daughter wanted it. He wasn't dead. He didn't turn in 1,000 signatures. A few of us wanted to name the park after a recently died, only 2 years before, Park and Rec Department manager who had been here for lots of years, who everybody in the community loved. No, you can't do that, Gregory. He hasn't been dead for 5 years. So I'm asking you, and it's going to be a little inconsistent, I admit, to not name anything after people who just give you money or park land or anything else. Subject them to what Jason suggested. Signatures, not paid signatures, but signatures or some demonstration of a really important contribution. Now, on the other hand, I'm married to someone who's trying to build you a library, and naming rights are important to the Library Foundation. So come to some way of doing both, please.
Thank you, Gregory. Next, Ms. Carmen.
Is there somebody else?
Janice, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Janice Carmen, thank you to the City Council. I agree with Carolyn, Natalie, Greg, Joe Salinas, all of them. In another state, the county has taken it upon themselves to translate into Indian dialect the names of the street signs, so they're on all the roads, and the people are educated along with everything else that goes on with the Indians. Should say indigenous people. Anyway, Sonoma County has become much more of a melting pot than it used to be, and when I went to school, there were 3 black people totally at Herbert Slater Junior High when I moved here from San Francisco. And not that there were a lot in San Francisco, but I'm glad that Santa Rosa is getting more diverse and having more of every kind of people here. The Chinese were important, the Japanese, the Mexican, Italian, the Scandinavians, all of them. But I'm going around town now and I'm seeing black murals. I have a degree in art, and I love to look at the murals. I like to see natural things and beautiful, gorgeous design, and there is some of that as well. But I think that when this happens, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen because it needs to, that when this happens, that it'll be the 3 agencies, possibly Art and Public Spaces, the Design Review Board, and there was one other that I was thinking of. Without the city manager being involved, that this would be more of an open contextual thing with the public and the people who are looking at these kinds of things and who actually have a real investment in those specific areas. And I don't go with the idea that it adds contextual imagery or interest with the street. I think it sounds confusing to start changing street names, but in subdivisions and other things that are evolving, I think that it's a great idea that there be some connection with other things that are going on in the neighborhood or Santa Rosa or historically, that they evolve with that instead of just naming a street like Harry Drive or something like that. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? You may step forward and lean into the mic.
My name is Marianne Michaels, and I spoke earlier. You know that I came primarily to support Flat Rock Park being renamed to Beta Kamtara Park. And when I listened to the litmus test that you're going to try to run all these names through, I think this is a good example of one that probably won't make it. The residents around this park are not indigenous people. The residents may have other ideas about this park, and the intent of the request is that we, people with settler and colonizer ancestry, learn our own history. The reason we don't know it is because it has been erased, and we're trying to put it back. This is a very dynamic question. And then listening today, I don't know if public buildings are also in this, but I was at Carol Ellis's memorial, and the suggestion came out of that experience that in Rincon Valley Junior High be named for Carol. And now I know that some of the junior highs aren't even going to be open next fall. So as you think about this into the future, what if you finally get the right name on the right place and then something happens and the place isn't there anymore? What happens to that honoring and that name? I think this is a very difficult question. I don't think it's going to be answered easily, but I think it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak?
I'm Guido Bacglione. I'm on the Board of Community Services for the City of Santa Rosa, appointed by lovely Natalie Rogers. And I've been on the board now going on, I think, about 3 years. I served on the Board of Park and Recreation Commission in Petaluma for almost 9 years. And there's a big need that needs to be done on the park on Burbank. I believe it's called Burbank Park. Councilman Alvarez, is that what it's called?
Say that one more time.
The one across from the school.
Well, it's Roseland Creek, but I'm hoping that it will be called Pomo Park.
Okay. There's a group that would like to see that park named Pomo Park. Would be meaningful and respectful to an act of acknowledgement. It would serve as a living tribute to our ancestors and a gesture towards reconciliation. And there's a number of people that would like to have that happen. And the other thing that I'd like to bring up is, I think things like this should come before this particular item, before the Park and Recreation Commission, and instead of us getting it at the end, and then all we got to do is say, yes, we approve. But these type of things, when I was on the board in Petaluma, everything that had to do with parks, recreation, and that type of thing came before our group. We got to go through all this that you're going through tonight, and then we'd bring it to the council and get it approved or disapproved. So I think that's one thing that I know that most of us on the board would like to see happen a little bit better, so we get more involved. But the Pomo Park is something that they're really, really pushing for. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. Any other members of the public wish to speak? All right, we'll close public comment, and it sounds like we are going to put a pause on this item for now. What I do think we've demonstrated by our comments at the dais and the comments of the members of the public is just how complicated naming is. I have to confess, given that I work in fundraising and I work for large organizations like the San Francisco Zoo and Sonoma State University, where discussions of naming are relatively common, I am not surprised to see us go down this road. Naming inspires passion. There are lots of complicated questions. How do we name? What's the process? What's the cost? Who pays? How long? again, the draft that you put together, Jason, I think starts to get at those questions in a really helpful way. There is going to continue to be discussion even after we approve a draft, but it does look like our best first bet is to bring this back to council, to have some offline conversations, to see if we can tweak this a little bit, to get at concerns of the council members and members of the public, since many of you reiterated the concerns that we brought forward up here. And we will come back and discuss this at council on a future day. It is going to be important in the city in the long run for all sorts of reasons that we highlighted tonight. So thank you for your continued work on that. I'll look to my colleagues. Any other final questions? All right, well, we are going to go. We got, for those of you who want to make yet more public comment, we've got one final public comment on non-agenda matters. And Janice, I believe you commented on the earlier public comment for non-agenda matters. So for any who have not commented earlier, okay, please, go ahead. Is it Joe?
Linus, and our last comment is, yeah, I'm talking about the parks and doing Flat Rock parks and renaming some of these things and getting some recognition for the indigenous people. Well, my next thing I'd like to go after is you got about 27 Snoopy statues. You don't got one Pomo statue. Just one, maybe one. And that's something I'm going to be going for coming here in the future, is asking the city to maybe promote and do something to honor the indigenous people with a statue or something like that. And in these parks, I'm also looking to make signage to educate people on why these parks, why Bitacomtera Park is that, because that is the tribe that once lived there. It's documented from UC Berkeley, and these are the people they are. But thank you guys all again for your support. Thank you for your hard work in the city. I love Santa Rosa just as much as you guys, and hopefully we can do what we can for the future of the city, for our youth, and for all of our people. And teamwork makes the dream work.
Thanks,
guys.
Thanks for all your work, Joe. Are there any other members of the public who want to make comment on non-agenda matters? Seeing none. Again, Janice, I think you made comment at the earlier. Correct, but we've done two non-agenda item periods or comment sessions. You spoke at the earlier one. You can speak at one. So, seeing no other members of the public who wish to speak, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.